After we'd moved into this house during the summer of 2007, my parents noted I'd undergone a significant personality change. I was suddenly nasty. I was aggressive. I was abusive to people who had never harmed me before, to my friends. Previously, I was just a goofy kid whom teachers didn't quite know how to talk to, but was otherwise considered very bright and pleasant to be around. I was no stranger to moving every other year, and this move had barely bothered me, so they knew it wasn't upset. It was late one night, my dad was away for work, and it was just me, my mother, little brother, and dog that week. For some reason, I couldn't help but feel like something was watching me, and sat up in bed to see a dark figure standing in the corner of my room, almost indiscernible at first glance. I didn't yell, didn't panic at first, because I thought I had to be dreaming. I wasn't special, and non special people don't do cool things like see ghosts. I tried to fall back asleep, but it was tricky, and I felt like I was being watched the rest of the night. The next day, I asked to sleep in another room, slightly more fearful now, but thinking I just needed a change of pace. It was a fluke, and by sleeping elsewhere, my brain would reset and I'd be fine. I hadn't just seen a ghost, only special people saw ghosts. My mother thought I was acting up for attention, but figured it wasn't the hill to die on and let me sleep elsewhere. So I did. And the damn thing followed me. It waited at the foot of the bed all night, staring me down as I tried to sleep. I was so exhausted from the lack of sleep the previous night, I did manage to drift off, but it was a restless sleep. I tried to envision myself surrounded by white light like the Tolkien elves, hoping it might repel the darkness. The third day, I sat at a table with a few friends, and their mothers and my own family. We'd just had dinner and were doling out the cinnamon rolls when I suddenly felt my whole body get heavy, like somebody added a 50-pound weight to my skull. I couldn't stop it. I slumped forward in my chair despite my grabbing at the back to stay upright. My eyes just about rolled back into my skull. Someone asked if I was okay. I couldn't see. I couldn't see, and yet I could. I suddenly saw a flat plane stretched out before me, and everything was grey. The dark figure stood right in front of me, and then it rushed me. It ran at me so fast, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't do anything. I had to fight to pry my jaws apart, and I screamed. It was like the screaming released me, and I knocked my chair into the wall. I shot back so hard. I was sobbing and could hardly catch my breath, while everyone tried to figure out what was wrong. I told my mother what I saw. The thing was back and it tried to hurt me. I think this finally convinced her I wasn't crazy, that something was wrong, and I wasn't trying to get attention. I wasn't a crier. I hated being caught crying. After I was calmed down, she took her two friends upstairs with her to my room. She didn't tell me until several years later that her friends had seen it, had seen this dark presence in my room too, and could prove I wasn't lying, that I wasn't crazy. The dog often followed her around the house while she was doing chores, but he refused to go anywhere near my room. He growled at my room, hackles raised kind of growl. Even after we moved to a new house, my dog never wanted to stay long in my room again. I don't know if it was because he remembered the bad thing from before, or if something had been irreparably broken in me, or was now part of me. I couldn't walk into churches anymore without having sudden, unexplainable breakdowns. I would feel like hands were choking me. I'd struggle to breathe. I'd feel 100 emotions at once and start sobbing. Needless to say, I quit entering churches after more than a few bad experiences. We found a journal in my room a few months before I moved out for uni, full of crazy ramblings, written by something that said it was a monster, that my parents would kill me if they discovered I was no longer human, that it would have to hurt my family first to stay alive. I burned it immediately and tossed the remnants in the trash. The scariest part was that it was all in my handwriting, and I didn't remember writing any of it. My family still wonders to this day what it was. Germany is small, and so many new things get built on top of old things all the time. We lived close to Celtic tombs, had visited the old mounds and tall obelisks mounted on top of them. We lived next to a walled city. Buildings in the village could be dated back several centuries prior, and were still inhabited by people today. Was our home on top of someone's grave? The weirdest coincidence of all was that the people who lived there before us had developed a reputation of being quite nasty as well. Had they always been nasty? Or had the same thing that haunted me, changed them too? This happened in the winter of 2015. For context, I had just flown back home to Germany for winter break from uni in America, and naturally had plenty of jet lag, coupled with a natural inclination to not go to bed until 2 or 3 in the morning at the time, like an idiot. As was often my problem when flying, I sucked at fixing my jet lag and would often be on the wrong sleep schedule for about a week. Instead of combating this with melatonin, Benadryl, or hot milk, or literally any of the other thousands of methods to fall asleep, I decided listening to definitely not calm music would be the best way to lull myself to sleep. You know, like a fool. It was midnight and, like always, I was wide awake. I lay in the guest bed facing the wall, headphones in and my eyes closed, but otherwise coherent and nowhere close to drifting off. The door to the room was closed, but had enough of a gap beneath it. The bright light of the hallway light cast enough light to see where my suitcase was on the floor and so on. We kept it on for anyone at night who had unexpected bathroom needs, so I was used to it being lighter than average. While laying there, I felt a hard, bony finger jab my shoulder twice, like someone was trying to get my attention. Like a moron who was evidently way too comfortable in their own home. In the few seconds it took to roll over and face whoever needed me, not once did it occur to me that had one of my family entered the room to shake me awake, the door would not only be open, but the room well lit thanks to the hallway light being on instead of dim. As I turned, I saw a dark, humanoid silhouette standing over me, tall and thin and disproportionate. The kind of deep dark that stood out even in a poorly lit room. It loomed over the bed, and it felt like it was staring at me. Naturally, I yelled incoherently because I had no idea who or what it was. Just that something had gotten into the room without me knowing, and I had zero idea how much danger I was or was not in. I flung the blankets everywhere. I'm not sure if I was trying to hide or trying to get the figure tangled up instead, but it disappeared in my pinwheeling. I could barely sleep that night, too afraid of what it might do to me if it came back for me, and I was unable to react the next time. Come the morning, I told my family what had happened. My parents apologised and said, "Oh, sorry. Yeah, someone lives in that room. They always have. We're just not sure who. We didn't think they'd bother you, though." I was less than pleased by this revelation, but thankfully spent the rest of my winter break with no further visitors in the middle of the night. I would go on to see this same figure a few more times throughout my duration of uni, sticking its head in the door once while I was cuddling on the couch with my now ex, occasionally rummaging through my ex's and her roommates' backpacks, and kneeling beside my bed with its hands resting on the mattress, like it was praying for me. After a hasty move, I ended up living in the projects for a while bit, after moving as quickly as I could. Nothing was worse than the situation I was in. While I was living there, I met a girl. We hit it off and started dating. Before I knew it, we were in a serious relationship. Neither of us were a fan of where I lived, and one day she mentioned that her dad owned an apartment and a back house on the property was available. I made up a story for my landlord, and was able to break the lease without penalty. This back house turned out to be a really nice 2-bedroom unit. It had everything included, like a washer, dryer hookups, and my own parking spot that had a gate that I could manually open and close and lock with a key. This place quickly felt like home. One day, I went to a friend's house. He had another friend there, and they were at his computer watching some Faces of Death shit. I didn't want to get involved, but my curiosity got the best of me, and I saw a few videos that I really hoped were fake. I wasn't there too long. It was a little too much, so I left. That night, I began having one of the strangest, kind of terrifying recurring dreams. This went on for weeks. I'll do my best to describe everything. It starts in a very dimly lit room from a distance. At least I think it is. I'm seeing everything in that dream from a third-person perspective. I'm starting to see shapes in darkness. I'm starting to hear just like the mantra. It's extremely deep, has extreme bass, and I can feel it through my entire body as the volume increases. Visibility increases as the sound gets louder, and I can start to make something out. I'm extremely overwhelmed by the sound and the feeling, but I'm trying to focus. There's a woman that looks naked and flailing around. Everything is dark, but I can make out 2 figures. As I get closer and the sound gets even louder, it starts getting brighter, but only slightly. 2 figures become 4 as I'm able to see more, and I realize the woman is flailing because these beings each have a hold on one of her limbs. It looks like she's trying to free herself. She begins violently screaming, and the gets louder and heavier. It begins rattling my soul. I don't know how to describe it. A feeling I experienced in this dream, and this dream alone. She begins screaming even louder. It's clear this is in a very strange ritualistic room, illuminated by several candles. As she screams, I start to drift closer. She's naked. She has what looks like mud all over her body. Something is wrong. She's not only trying to break free, but she's clearly in great pain. As I realize this, her stomach begins to grow like a sped-up pregnancy. She kicks and tries to rip her arms away, screaming louder and louder as she grows. When it looks like she's straight up full term and ready to pop, I drift closer. The noise gets even louder, and I start noticing adult-sized fingers dragging and poking out from the inside. I realize the men are no longer holding her limbs, but instead have her bound by chains, each one holding a chain. She stops fighting and screams even louder. The scream is piercing. The sound of the is getting deeper and overwhelmingly loud, and then it happens. 2 extremely dark grey hands tear through the woman's stomach, then quickly put its hand back in. I'm getting closer. A grey bald head starts rising out of the hole it just put in the woman's stomach, from the inside. This thing is rising out of her, its head cocked down. The is getting louder and darker, and I can't help to get the feeling that I'm in a lot of trouble. The figure rises. The woman stopped moving a long time ago, and this thing continues to slowly rise to the sound of the It's a grey figure, some kind of demon. I'm getting closer. I'm getting more terrified. When it's fully free, it's levitating over the body. I get pulled directly in front of this thing. Its eyes are closed, head cocked down. In an instant, it snaps its head up and opens its eyes. Its horrific, glowing yellow scares me so bad I wake up. This nightmare would keep me up for the next few weeks. My girlfriend started complaining of the feeling of cold hands on her feet at night, and something would pick on her at the night. Like she wasn't welcome. The day I proposed to her proved that she wasn't lying. I made plans to propose to my now wife. I asked permission and did everything old school. The day I planned to propose, everything was going wrong. My girlfriend's car suddenly had issues. It died on her 3 times in the same day. This put her in a bad mood. We got to our restaurant for dinner, and it turned out my reservation was booked for the exact time the damn place closes. I still hope someone got fired for that bullshit. Anyways, we leave, and I quickly find a decent place nearby on Yelp. When we got there, the food was good, but the place was cramped. There wasn't much space between chairs, so it was impossible for me to get down on one knee. Dinner's over. We get back to my place, and I can't wait another night. I'm proposing now. While we're not in the kitchen, I start telling her that I can no longer wait, give her a little speech, and get on one knee. She says yes. We're hugging for a while, then everything in my cupboard proceeds to fly out, as if the supports from all the shelves broke at the same time. It looked like an avalanche. It was loud, thunderous, and a bitch to clean up. The night I proposed was also the same night I told her I think I'm being followed. She would stay the night and complain about cold hands on her feet all the time. She assumed that was me while I was getting ready for work. I would just say, "You're tripping," and left it at that. The next few weeks she would say this. I would only have that dream when she was gone. My fiance's jewellery started disappearing. She started getting scratches. Things got bizarre. Not long after, things escalated to what the fuck status. I'm at my house alone, sleeping. I'm having the same dream, but everything is somehow more vivid, more real, more intense. This woman is screaming and screaming, and I'm closer than I've ever been before. I see the hands in the stomach, and I see the grey head force and rip its way out of her stomach. I'm much closer now. I'm being forced to watch everything. I see her stomach open, and there's blood everywhere. We're inside a wiggling line of live worms. Then this grey thing rockets out of her stomach and opens its eyes, locking eyes with me. It scares me so bad I woke up, but I wasn't ready for what happened next. I wake up from this dream like a straight-up jump scare. I wake up to blood-curdling screaming. I mentioned before that I have my own parking spot. Like I said before, this was a back house, and that parking lot was right next to the back house, so I had to. The property was fenced in. There was a metal gate that manually opened and closed. I was the only one with a key besides the landlord. The entrance to the spot was from an alley. At night, it was dark and spooky, and sometimes I would be lazy about locking the gate. I snap out of this dream, woken up by fear. Before I catch my breath, my heart skips a beat when I start hearing screaming. I mean screaming. It's extremely loud. I can hear the labour between each breath. I froze for a few seconds. The noise is coming from right outside my window on the alley side, but it doesn't sound like it's in the alley. It sounds like it's right outside my window, and it dawns on me that I didn't lock the door. I just gave some lunatic the perfect place to bring someone. I have a Wish app. I buy stupid shit like a machine that looks like a samurai sword. So what? I don't own a gun. This is all I have to protect myself, and hopefully it's enough for what I'm about to do. This screaming is loud. It's terrifying. Someone needs help. I'm on my way. I turn on the light in my room. My dog is looking out the window. She's going ballistic, but she's a chihuahua, so she has to sit this one out. I open my back door. The screaming continues. I turn the porch light on, and right when I'm about to jump off my porch, I look, and there was nothing there. In fact, from where I'm standing, the scream is coming from my room. I'm like, what? And run inside. All of this screaming is really overwhelming and disorienting. I ran back to my room. The screams are still loud and piercing, and I don't know what to do. There's no one outside and no one inside. What is this? Where is this noise coming from? My dog is on my bed growling, but now she looks scared. She's not in attack mode. She's in I'm right where you've made me mode. Completely scared. In the next few seconds, I decide to try to follow the screams. As I get closer, I realise this is not coming from outside. It's not coming from the window. The sound is close to the wall, but also it's coming from underneath my bed. I'm not that scared. I'm more like, what? How? The floors in my room were tile. My bed was on a metal frame with wheels. I grab the bed and easily pull it away from the wall. The screaming intensified, but after another few seconds, it just stopped. All of this happened in maybe 30 seconds. After that, everything just stopped. As mysteriously as the thing arrived, it vanished. When I was around 8, my dad moved us from Carson to a house in San Pedro. We lived there for about 9 years. During the first few years, it was a normal house. Nothing crossed our mind as being haunted. Soon, things changed, and I think I know why. My parents divorced when I was 5 or 6. My mum left so fast she didn't even show up to court when I came to custody. She disappeared for a while, then showed up again when I was 10. She found herself a rich husband and pretty much tried to buy our affection back. Anyways, she lived with this guy in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He had 4 kids. 3 were old enough to live on their own, and 1 still lived with him. After my mom came back into the picture for a while, my dad ended up trusting her and letting us, my older brother and I, fly out during Easter, winter, and summer break. It gave him a break and a chance for us to catch up with our mom. So the first year of this arrangement, we spent the time just getting to know our new stepdad and stepbrother. The second year, we all started opening up to each other. Our stepbrother enjoyed trying to spook us out all the time, telling us about La Llorona and other folklores. He spent a lot of time talking about hell and the devil. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I want to say right now that I'm in no way a religious person. I don't know what I am. I have a lot of questions. So after all this devil and ghost talk, we went to Target with my mom. All 3 of us. While we're there, our stepbrother finds a Ouija board and convinces my mom to buy it. She actually said, "Oh, we used to play with them when we were little." I didn't know exactly what it was at the time, but when I did question why the hell Target sold those, we get this thing back to my mom's house and wait until night to take it out. And when my stepbrother explains how it works, I'm not exactly thrilled. I was scared easily then. My brothers started messing with this thing. Not me, but I didn't leave either. I just sat and watched. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happened, but we ended up taking the thing back to California with us, where my brother and I would end up playing with it a few times. Still, nothing happened. We stashed it in a closet under a pile of stuff, so our dad wouldn't find it because we knew he'd flip out. And we kind of just forgot about it. Months go by and it's summer break and time to visit our mom again. When we left, our dad hadn't had our bedroom remodeled and he found the board. Instantly destroyed it, ripped it up and threw it away. He called our mom, gave her a ration of shit for buying it, then yelled at both of us for keeping it. A few weeks later, he started telling us that at night that he was clearly hearing footsteps going up and down the stairs. I didn't know what to think when I heard that. When summer was over, we came home and never heard of it ourselves. Then, one weekend, our cousins visit, Melissa and Paul. While they were here, they slept in the living room downstairs from us. The first night they're there, something strange happened. My dad was woken up by a woman in a white gown walking into his room. Her hair was dark, extremely long and covering her face. When she made it, she closed the door behind her, placed her hands under her long hair that was covering her face, just enough to see the floor as she started hunching over. She started scanning the floor as if she was looking for something. She made it around the room, around the side of the bed, and sat on his bed directly next to him. He said he sat up and said, "Who the fuck are you?" She didn't flinch, but instead got up and started strangely searching the floor again, then made her way out of the room. The second the door was closed, he thought of us and immediately darted for the door. He was a split second too late and it shut. He grabbed the handle to open the door, but it was locked, so it delayed him a few seconds from getting out. Our room was directly across from his, so he didn't hesitate and charged in, walking us up. He immediately turned on our lights, searched our room and the back room and our closet. Nothing was there. He told us to lock the door and not to open it until he hears us. He searches around and finds nothing, so he thinks it was our cousin Melissa playing a weird prank. He started to yell at her, but immediately realised that she wasn't wearing a gown. She was wearing raider sweats. The next day, a firework was lit in our house when it was empty. I ultimately got in trouble for it, but it wasn't me. As that school year continued, the demeanour of my brother changed, and he became so defiant with my dad. He couldn't take it anymore and let him go stay with our mom. Things immediately changed in the house. I'm home alone one Sunday watching football, and I start hearing shuffling coming from our computer from down the hall. The closet opening and closing, and things falling off of the desk. I went to check it out, thinking one of our dogs was stuck back there, reaching to grab the handle, and something pounded on the door. It was extremely loud and felt like some kind of a sonic boom. A wave of complete coldness shot through my entire body, and next thing I know, I'm freezing. It was a hot, sunny day. As soon as that happened, I turned around and just walked away, and went back to watching football with the front door open. When my dad got home, he checked out the room, and it was perfectly untouched. That night, I'm laying in bed trying to sleep, and the room to my door just opens. My dad would randomly check on me from time to time, not every night, but sometimes he would just to let me know, hey, if you're up, I'm up, so don't be scared if you hear things. When it was him, I could see him and hear him. Not this time, pure darkness and silence. I'm staring at the door and it's cracked a few inches. Suddenly, it swings open to about a foot, as if someone was leaning in to check on me or look at me, but it's pure and utter darkness. I stare and stare, and I'm not getting out of bed in fear of what is there. I just cover my head and close my eyes, listening for movement until I finally go to sleep. This happens a few nights in a row until I lock the door. It stopped it from opening. The next few nights, I would see the doorknob slowly jiggling in the moonlight, like something is definitely trying to make its way in, but extremely quietly. I was able to get decent sleep for a few days. I had a Machiavelli CD in a CD player that I hardly used anymore. Don Columinati, The 7-Day Theory. If you're familiar with the album, you'd know the song Blasphemy. It has an intro that's a slowed down speech from what sounds like Bible verses, and by slowing it down, it sounds devilishly evil. I woke up to that on my CD player at 3 AM on the dot. The volume was turned all the way up. This was one of those crazy Costco extreme bass systems. I wake up to this. It's so loud and so disorienting I can't see. I can't find the switch, and I'm fumbling trying to hit buttons on the CD player and nothing is working. I'm trying to turn the volume down, and while watching the volume go from 50 down to 25, then start spiking again. I couldn't turn it off. I ripped the cables out of the receiver and finally got it to stop and the lights turned on in my room. I turn around and my dad is staring at me extremely angry, but doesn't have an expression. He just closes the door. The door was locked, and when I looked, it's still locked. That did just happen, right? I'm freaking out. I end up sleeping with my lights on for a while. It got worse. Soon, I could hear the footsteps on the stairs at night. After a while, I couldn't handle the lights on to sleep anymore, and I opted for a black light. Soon, I'm woken up by the doorknob jiggling again, then it stops. Then I hear a noise from my closet. It has no folding sliding doors. They were very stiff and needed force to open and close each side. When you open it, the right side was a doorway into what we called the secret room. The left side was nothing, but on the floor there was a 45-degree slant from the floor to the left wall. Stairs were underneath, so it needed room for that ceiling. Back to the closet. The doorknob stops, but when I start to calm down, the right closet door opens. Like I said, this is not easy to do. Once it opened, I sat and watched the rest of it slowly but surely slide open. Soon, the left side pops open. I'm at an angle where I can clearly see nothing is there. There's a window directly behind that walkway. I should have been able to see a silhouette if someone was there, but there wasn't, and I continued to watch the left door slowly open completely. I did what I always did, covered up and slept. Later, I got by tying the closet doors shut. Things calmed down for a while. I decided to make the secret room my room and just sleep on the futon that's in there. I pinned the blindfold one closet doors so they would move around, and I continued to lock the door of my room at night. A few months go by, and I'm almost convinced this is over. I haven't heard or seen anything strange for a while. Then as soon as I'm comfortable, I wake up my doorknob jiggling again. My heart sank because I immediately realised that I didn't lock the door, so I jumped up and went into action. I moved slowly and silently to the door. My door has one of those lever handles. I'm watching this thing go up and down, and the more it rises, the more my heart sinks. With this new habit of locking my door, I locked myself out a few times and didn't do the right thing when I came to unlocking it. I was young and dumb. When the door's unlocked, if you lift the lever upward just about an inch, it will be plenty high enough to open my door. It's only like that when you lift it. As I'm thinking, please don't go any higher, it was like it read my mind and was using all of its energy to do just that, getting higher and higher. While it's doing this, I think I have to lock the door, but how? Well, from me locking myself out and getting in myself, that meant I had an unorthodox way of locking it from whatever damage I did. You have to lift up and twist right before it's about to open. I timed it and did just that. I grabbed the handle, lifted with it and twisted, leaned in to make sure it was closed, then stepped back. Violently jiggling and pounding continued for about 20 seconds. I screamed for my dad and nothing. I screamed and screamed and screamed. Nothing. He showed up way later, but somehow didn't hear anything. I lived like this for years. We eventually moved, and it stopped for a little bit. This was when my brother was gone. My dad was having the walls painted that led up to the stairs from me constantly dragging my hands from riding a skateboard deck down the stairs when he wasn't around. My dad's friend saw the job and the requires moving the handrail on the wall that ran the entire length of the stairs, around 20. So I'm leaving my room and I'm talking to my dad. He's in his room. I decide to sit at the top of the stairs, and when we're done talking, I gotta get up. The second my butt leaves the floor, I feel two hands push me in the back, and I went tumbling down. I'm doing front flips and I'm rapidly reaching the bottom. I didn't want to reach the bottom, so I reach out and grab the handrail that was luckily laying on the floor. I was fine. My dad saw me and wondered what I was thinking when I got up from sitting. I'm accusing him of pushing me, and my dad's friend is sitting there, baffled from what he just saw. I live in San Pedro, California. I've had several experiences in my life. The first time, actually the first few times, was at my grandma's house. In 1994, at the time, it was about a year after my parents divorced. I was around 6 years old, and my older brother was 8. My dad decided to start dating again, so that meant my brother and I were going to spend the night with our grandmas here and there. We loved going to her house. We had a lot of fun every time we visited. We just never stayed the night before this. Her house is up a hill near Bogdanovich Park. From the front of her house, it looked like a single-story home, but if you were in the back, you would see that there's a second level that goes down. When facing the front of the house, the front door would be on the front left corner of the house, which would be to your right. When you walk in, you could go straight to a set of stairs that led to her den, a nice room that was always off limits. Kind of like how the mom was in that movie Drop Dead Fred. It was important to her that this room was always clean and untouched. She would be angry if we even walked through to get to the kitchen, This house had a strange layout. So when you walked in and turned left, instead of going down those steps, you would enter a foyer that had a piano. When you entered this room, you could either turn right and go up another set of stairs leading to all of the bedrooms, or you could go straight, which would lead to a garage door or yet another set of stairs that led to the actual living room. Yes, two separate sets of stairs going down to the same level. Hopefully that makes sense. When my older brother and I were dropped off, it was a weekend. We had already eaten dinner. The sun was going down and my grandma was relaxing watching TV, so we joined her. At around 10, she decided it was our bedtime. She actually said, "Hey, it's 10. You guys should probably go to sleep. I'm going to stay up and watch Murder, She Wrote, a show that she was addicted to." Whenever we were at her house, we would race to the top of the house, running and pushing each other the entire race up the stairs. It wasn't much of a climb, but we were always trying to compete with each other, even though he won every time. This night would be different. When we were told to go to bed, we both turned and looked at each other with the same thing in our mind. Run. He was right next to the door that led to the stairs. I was across the room getting up from the couch. He was getting a little head start, so I decided the only way to win was to run and try to tackle or trip him while going up the stairs. I made an attempt. It didn't work. He tied up a little bit, but it didn't take much for him to push me off. When he broke free, he turned to run up the second set of stairs, but stopped abruptly. I pay no attention and keep my head down while I attempt to run past him. Something happened. I was pulled back by the collar of my shirt, almost violently. I'm on the ground and look up, and to my surprise, it was my brother. I didn't know why he did that. I just figured he accidentally got way too rough, brushed it off and did everything I could to get back on my feet to win the race. My brother screams, "No!" I look at him, then finally look up at the direction I was going. There was a very large man standing at the top of the stairs. It reminded me of the Grim Reaper. He had a dark hooded cloak, dark grey and very worn. He had long white braids or ties hanging down, each shoulder that went down past his waist. The cloak was hanging to the floor and his sleeves were hanging past his hands. He had his hood on and all I could see was a brown face from the nose down. Anything above that was almost pitch black. As much as I couldn't see features any higher, I could see abnormally large eyes glaring at me. We locked eyes, and I froze for a few seconds until my brother pulled me away. We ran to my grandma. She didn't believe a word we said. She looked around herself without any fear, and nothing happened. The next morning, after we got home, we pleaded to our dad to not leave us there again. We told him what happened. I looked concerned but never questioned us and said okay. Maybe he thought we were making this up because he went on a date and wasn't ready for that. I don't know. He never tried to talk us out of it. About 2 years later, my brother made Little League All-Stars. They were so good, they had to travel somewhere to play. My dad decided it would be best for me to stay with my grandma for that weekend while they went and did their thing. I didn't argue and wasn't into baseball yet, so I was totally fine with it. For a while, I completely forgot what happened. It didn't come back to me until I was there, dropped off, no turning back. To my relief, nothing happened the first night, and I honestly started to question if I imagined the whole thing. My brother and I never spoke about it, but at the same time, my dad did what we asked and never left us there again, until this day. This time I'm alone, or feel that way without my older brother. The second night, I watched a Dodgers game with my grandma. She was an avid fan. This game went into extra innings, and once that clock hit 10, she did the same thing. Time for bed. I'll be up after the game. This time I begged to sleep in her room. We went back and forth about it, but she eventually gave in. Okay, go. I should be up there soon. I didn't want to go, but I knew I had no choice. I know she's not worried, and I know she would have said there's nothing there. I slowly go up the steps one by one, praying this thing wouldn't be there, and trying to convince myself that my mind made this whole thing up. Once I was up the first set of stairs, I inched my way to the corner and tried to peek, and thank God, nothing is there. Now I just have to make it up the stairs and go to the first door on the right, and I'll line up in her room. I cautiously climb and get 2 steps from the top, thinking I'm home free, but something compelled me to look left first, down the corner. The thought of it was dreadful, but something inside me was telling me you have to look. I have to look. He stood at the very end of the hallway, facing the open door of the room that my brother and I usually slept in. Fear took over my body, and I found myself frozen again. I can't move. I'm leaning around this corner, staring at every detail. Something was definitely different about him. Instead of being tall and built, he was very frail, and his posture was gone, and he was hunched over. So much his long hair was no longer resting on him. It was dangling all away from him, straight down, almost touching the ground from being hunched over so far. He seemed more interested in that room than me, and when I realised that I was able to control myself and get out of view before it noticed me if it didn't already, I thought to myself that if I can get in her room and close the door, I'll be safe from this thing. I speak one more time and he's still facing the room. I step back one more time to mentally prepare for this. After a few seconds, I was like, no, now or never, and I went for it. But instead of rushing in like I wanted to, I tried to take one big step up before slowly tipping in. While I'm taking this big step, 2 stairs and as far as I can reach, I look down the hall one last time. It was facing me with a blank stare. I bolted. I ran to my grandma. She got annoyed, looks around the house. Nothing. I'm so scared I won't let her leave and convince her to finish watching the game in her room, and she did. I woke up in the middle of the night in complete fear. I couldn't remember when or how I fell asleep, and for some reason that scared me. The TV was still on. My grandma was knocked out while snoring. I start to calm down, and I'm getting ready to close my eyes again, but something once again gave me a feeling that I needed to look towards the door of the room, and I did. He was there again, big and tall again, no longer frail. This time, no hood, and I could see his details even more, and he still had insanely large eyes. At that point, I thought maybe he couldn't come into this room. I laid there for about 20 minutes and he never moved, so I covered my head and somehow went back to sleep. I brought it up to my dad and I didn't stay the night there for years. Fast forward 15 years. I'm 22/23. My grandma's still around. I'm living on my own. My dad went through hard times and lived with my grandma until he had a stroke and ended up in a convalescent home. All of his belongings were left at her house. My dad was a movie fanatic, I guess you could say. He had so many, he managed to fill up most of the upstairs hallway walls with DVDs. I did a lot to help him out, including switching out movies for him. He would give me a list of movies he wanted from the hallway, and I would grab them and leave the stack of recently watched movies. I only did this during the day. I still refused to be there at night. But one night, my whole family went out to dinner. I picked up my grandma, picked up my dad. We ate, left. It turned out to be quicker for me to drop off my grandma first, then my dad on my way home. I dropped off my grandma, get my dad where he needs to be, get him to his room, then he says, "Oh, I forgot to ask you earlier. Can you please switch out movies for me? I know you don't want to go at night, but please? I need something to help me go sleep, and I've watched these movies way too many times." I just say, "Fuck, okay." I constantly thought about her house and what I saw when I was younger. It never left my mind. I would think now that I'm older, I wanted to see what it wanted from me. I always thought it had some kind of interest in me for some reason. I told myself, this is it. Here's my chance if it happens. I make it to her house and pull up into the driveway. I don't have a key to her house, just the garage door opener. That's how my grandma wanted it, I don't know. I open the garage, walk in, and open the door that leads to the foyer. The house is pitch black. I hear my grandma watching TV while living downstairs. The door to the living room was closed, but I can see lights under the door. I didn't want to bother her and the TV was so loud, I knew she didn't notice me. So I proceeded to walk toward the stairs going up to the hallway full of movies. Something strange was happening. No lights would turn on when I flipped switches, and even the lights with the twist switch wouldn't turn on either. My grandma was at the age where going up all those stairs was too much, so she set up her living room like a little studio. She had her kitchen and bathroom right there. Even though the den area was twice the size of the living room, she chose to be in the smaller room. My first thought was maybe since she doesn't go upstairs, that she turned off all power to the upper level. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. So no lights are working. I'm questioning how my grandma managed to make it downstairs in that kind of darkness, but she did. She was fine. I need to worry about what's going on now. This was when those Nokia brick phones were popular. No phone had flashes, cameras, or flashlights. I was stuck using the light of my screen turned to its brightest setting. It was actually very bright, enough to see everything in front of me. I made my way up the stairs and down to the end of the hallway where I knew for certain the movies he wanted were. So far so good. Nothing strange is happening except that none of the light switches work up here. I even tried the switches in the adjacent rooms, still nothing. I'm not liking this darkness. I'm not afraid of the dark, but it was different here. I feared that house. I'm trying to hurry. I only have a few movies left, and I know exactly where they are. I'm thinking I'll be out in no time. I dodged a bullet. Then, I hear something shuffle behind me. I turn around and don't see any, but this swiveling chair that's been sitting in the middle of the hallway was just coming to a slow stop, like it was just spinning. Maybe I hit it somehow. I'm not near it, but maybe I did earlier. It has some weight to it. It's an upholstered chair. Maybe I hit it and it kept its momentum. I ignore and grab the last DVD. I was walking so fast to get out, I almost started to run. When I made it to the door to the garage, I heard the same shuffle coming from behind me. I want to ignore it. I'm not curious anymore. I'm spooked. While I'm walking in the garage and about to close the door behind me, I use my phone to look inside one last time. From the stairs, I see a pitch black figure, just a black silhouette. I want to say it was someone with a hood on, but it wasn't. It was a black figure cleaning out looking at me. Even though I was shining a light directly at it, there was no face. It was total darkness. I pause because I'm thinking about waiting. This thing is up a step or two, leaning out, and it's still not taller than me. I'm 5'9". I'm thinking, is this some kid? But why can't I see a face? All this is going through my head in the next few seconds while we're having a little stare-off. I say Sydney, the name of my little cousin. She wouldn't be there alone. She counted on getting there by herself. I don't even know why I thought it might be her, but when I said her name, it pulled itself back and out of sight so fast. I freaked out and ran out of that house as fast as I could, got in my car and took off. At first, all I could think about was how I let myself down. Something happened and I bitched out big time. After a few minutes, I started to ask myself, what was that thing? That's definitely what you saw before. That had to have been a person, and convinced myself it had to be. Then I thought, holy shit, you just ran out of Grandma's house and left her alone with someone in it. I had to force myself to turn around, drive back up the hill, and do a walkthrough. If someone was there and something happened, my life would be ruined. Completely empty, and this time all of the lights are fully functional. I left and stayed away for 2 more years, at least during the night. A few years go by. My dad is still in the home trying to recover from his stroke. My grandma was just placed in a nursing home. I'm living in Point Fermin with my buddy Zach. One day, my aunt called me and asked me if I wanted to move into my grandma's house, since no one is there now. My dad's struggle was with drugs, and one of her fears was that one of his friends would come in and try to squat in her house and take it over. I told her I was surprised she's asking me, because she was just mentioning how her daughter was planning to move on her own. Her response was, I asked her first, but she said hell no, she's terrified of that house. That was interesting to me because we never had discussions like that about the house. It wasn't just me that was scared of it. I took the offer. I wasn't struggling by any means, but free rent was appealing to me. Saving money sounded good to me. The first week, nothing happened. My aunts made it clear that my grandma wasn't coming back to the house, so I could treat the place like my own. Sweet. My first project was to turn this den into the living room. It had pink carpets, floral couches. It was hideous to me. I had the carpets replaced, got new couches, then slowly started on fixing up the house. I knew plans were to sell it, so I thought the least I could do was slowly fix this place up for her, since I'm not paying rent. Painting and working construction under the table were my first jobs, so I knew I could easily update the house a little. Things were going smoothly. I was starting to feel comfortable there. It was a beautiful house in a beautiful location. Because of the view, I'd catch myself hanging out in the backyard most of the time. I couldn't be happier that my cousin turned down this opportunity. So things are good the first week. Then I started noticing strange things happening. At night, I lock the door of my room when I sleep, even to this day. That's a story for another time. So every night, I've been locking the door to my room. By the way, I took over my grandma's room. As much as I said things were fine, I still felt something was off whenever I made it down the hallway, and the back rooms at the end of the hall no matter the time, day or night. So every morning, I would wake up to the door of my room being completely open. With the carpet in that room, it's not exactly possible for the wind to just push it over. The door rubbed on the carpet. I don't know why, but it took me a week to realise that ever since night one. My door has been open and the handle locked. I think I found out by locking myself out one morning. Once I noticed, that night, I leaned a skateboard against the door, and the next morning, sure enough, it was wide open and the skateboard would be lying on the floor. 2 skateboards, same thing. I put a chair in the way and the chair was moved. I'm starting to freak out. I start calling friends over. A successful bribe of beer and a barbecue would help, but by the end of the day, I would still be alone in this house. After a while, I convinced myself that this has to be the wind, somehow. I just wanted to be the explanation, because once again, I find myself not ready to deal with this. Things got weirder. While I was sleeping, there were a few nights that I would get woken up to laughing and shouting, and what sounded like cars shuffling. Definitely people conversing directly below me in the den area. The first night it happened, I thought my friends showed up drunk and made themselves at home. They never did that before, but this is what I had hoped and really thought. I got really mad about the noise. I had to be up at 5 a.m. for work and it's 2 or 3 in the morning. I got up to kick everyone out, but the second I opened the door to my room, the noise completely stopped. In fact, the entire house is pitch black. The first time, I thought I had to be dreaming, but it kept happening, and the door of my room kept opening. One night, I had a few friends over, and I told them what was going on. I pretty much just got laughed at. No one believed anything I said. A few days after this happened, I was at home, off of work, and my friend Dave, one of the people there that night, was at my front door. He showed up with some friends. Immediately, he brought up what I told him the other night, and he brought friends to investigate. One of them, Kevin, didn't want to join them. I thought that was odd. It was daytime, but who knows? I told them to check it out and I'll stay down with Kevin. They go up, and Kevin and I start catching up. About 30 minutes go by, and we're both wondering what they were doing. So I said, let's go see what they're getting into. Kevin says, okay, I'll follow you. We go up the first set of stairs, turn right, and just when I'm about to walk into the foyer, one of my skateboards falls into my path. At the time, I had 5 all lined up next to each other. They were in the same position for days. So one skateboard falls in my path, then stops. I'm not slowing down. I'm just planning to step over it. But when I start stepping over it, the second board falls and stops right where I was going to step. I go for a further step, and the next one falls and stops. Then the fourth, and before I know it, I turned a big step into a jump to clear all 5 skateboards. Kevin immediately accuses me of pranking him and asks me how I did that. I told him that that wasn't me, and what's weird is that I have super Swiss bearings on all my skateboards, which mean they roll excellently, and the floors are hardwood in the foyer. Every time I tried to get one of my boards to fell the same way, it would slide then roll halfway across the room, not stop like they all did. Kevin left and never came back. That was enough for him. Dave and the other 2 guys didn't believe why he left at first, until he called him to ask where the hell he went. Everything that happened up to that point I could handle. Then came footsteps at night, mostly on the roof. For 2 months I lived in the active house and I was getting used to all of it. I gave up on locking the door of my room before bed. I would lay in bed and try to listen to these conversations, see if they made any sense, maybe hear a name. Nothing. I never saw whatever I saw when I was little. Maybe my 3rd month with my grandma passed away. She lost a long battle. One night, I'm watching TV in the den. It's a little past midnight. And now I'm starting to get tired. I'm starting to zone out a little bit until I hear a woman frantically yelling. I mean, going irate. I hear my name and, "How could you?" From the old living room, I lean over the arm of the couch to look in that direction, and I'm in complete shock. I'm watching my grandma that just died, yelling and looking angry. She was so upset that I changed her house. She's yelling and walking towards me, and I'm frozen. I can't move. She's quickly walking from the living room, through the kitchen, through the dining room, and right when she's about to walk in the den, I break myself free from this stranglehold, fear, and jump up and immediately try to create some distance between us. While I was getting up, she almost walked right into me, and that caused me to jump back and take a few steps back. But when I got my footing, I looked up to focus on her better, and she wasn't there anymore. I was standing in an empty room. I thought that it had to be sleep paralysis, but when I rewound what I was watching, it was exactly what I saw when this was happening. After this, I started to lose it a little. I would constantly hear noises from someone or something on the opposite side of the house. Some days I'd catch myself trying to catch something that I knew wasn't there. I stayed there until the house was sold. Maybe a total of 4 months. Later on, I found out why my dad never argued when we didn't want to go to her house. Turns out, when they were younger, they shared the room I found that thing looking into. My uncle woke up to something sitting on his chest. He described it as a troll. He was frozen in fear and did everything not to move. He locked eyes with it, and while he maintained eye contact, he reached up to turn the light on his nightstand. The instant he turned the light on, it looked like the night. Back and then ran into their closet. While this happened, his scream woke up my dad. He didn't see anything, but he did see all of the clothes on hangers swinging back and forth. He got up, moved all of the clothes aside, and there was nothing there. I was also told that a lot of houses on that hill were built on Indian burial grounds. So it makes me think the guy I thought was a Grim Reaper was actually a ghost of a Native American. There's one big thing I forgot to add. During the time I was living at my grandma's house, I was doing some work in my room. I had a friend coming over and I told him just to walk in through the garage since it was open. This was before I rearranged the den. The sun was starting to set. My friend walks in and doesn't even say hi. He just says, "I thought it was just you living here." I look at him puzzled and said, "It is." He asked me, "Then who's the guy sitting on the chair downstairs? He's just sitting in the dark, staring at nothing." I panicked. I had the garage open all day. Someone could have made themselves at home. I run downstairs. He follows, realizing no one should be there. We check the house and no one was there. I say, "Really? You're fucking with me." He says, "No, I saw him clear as day." He began describing him, then stopped and pointed at a picture and said, "Wait, that's him. That's the guy I saw." "No, that guy died when I was 5. That's my grandpa."
I've lived in the same house all my life, and since I was a kid, my mother would tell me stories of the ghosts she would see before I was born. Her and my aunts have both seen a face in windows, both describing an elderly gentleman with a top hat. The face that they saw was never malicious or menacing, but just someone watching. After looking through several family photo albums, they saw a picture of my great-grandfather and it was the face they kept seeing. After discovering the identity of the ghost, my mother felt general relief because at the time she was pregnant with me, and my parents had a difficult time with conception, so she felt like she was watching over her while pregnant as a guardian angel of sorts. One night, she woke up to see a figure in the doorway to her room. Instead of the immediate terror a person would normally experience, she felt calm. Even when the figure walked closer and closer to the bed, finally sitting next to my sleeping father in the bed, the figure promptly vanished. After that night, they never saw him again. Fast forward 22 years, I'm sitting dumbfounded, hearing these stories for the first time, feeling genuinely bummed out that I never got to experience any of this. Now, at this time, I injured my shoulder and couldn't sleep in anything but a recliner for 6 months while I recovered from surgery. So I took our entire basement and turned it into a mini apartment. After about a month, me and my girlfriend Emma started hearing the door to the upstairs close loudly at random points during the day and night. The fridge would be open for no reason, and motion lights we had at the top of the stairs would trigger on and off. All of these things were explainable enough. The old house making noise, bad lights, didn't close the fridge enough, a million different explanations. It started happening so much, I would joke that the ghost was back, and I had decided its name was Fred. One night, me and Emma were home alone, and I left to go get dinner. When I came back, she looked visibly confused and annoyed. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Well, Fred played a little joke on me while you were gone." This piqued my interest greatly. "Do tell." "When you left, I heard footsteps coming from upstairs, so I thought you'd forgotten your keys or something, so I came to see what was going on. But when I came upstairs, you were not there. Then I heard footsteps coming from the 3rd floor. I yelled up and nobody answered, but I heard the footsteps again, so I yelled up, 'All right, Fred, I'm not playing this game anymore.' Then nothing. She went back downstairs and I came home a few minutes later. The footsteps continued for the next couple of weeks, and we just got used to it shouting, 'Knock it off, Fred.' Whenever it went on too long and got annoying, which would always make it promptly stop. Till one night, around 2 a.m, we had a couple of friends over, and from upstairs, we heard a very loud bang. Now, my parents both have very bad knees, so immediately, me and Emma rush upstairs thinking one of them had just fallen down the stairs or something. But the main floor was dark, with nothing out of place. 'Mom?' I tentatively called out, and from the 3rd floor, both my parents yelled down asking what happened. They had been in bed for the last hour, and heard the crash and thought we or one of our friends had drunkenly knocked something over. Keep in mind, none of us had been drinking at all. After verifying that my parents were okay and nothing was out of place, we both made sighs of relief. 'Ong, I have to pee.' Emma ran to the bathroom. 'Babe, get in here now.' I ran in to see what was wrong, and boy had Fred struck. Laying in front of the toilet was the mirror normally mounted on the wall above the toilet, face down but unbroken. This was not possible. The mirror easily weighed 20 pounds. The frame was made from old logs chopped in half. This mirror was big enough that it would have broken the toilet, let alone not have the glass shatter. And even stranger, on top of the toilet, there were little knickknacks, all of which were undisturbed. Again, completely impossible. My brain launched directly into problem-solving mode. How could this happen? I checked the nail on the wall. Solid, did not budge an inch. Checked the back of the mirror, just as solid. I remounted the mirror, waiting a few seconds to make sure it didn't fall. It didn't. I tried to recreate in my head how this could have happened, but the only conclusion I could reach is that someone took the mirror off the wall, held it a few inches off the ground, and dropped it. High enough to make a big bang, but not high enough to break it. Well, after all this, Emma had enough and said that she was going to get rid of Fred. He's getting too ballsy with this stuff. The following week, she blessed the house with sage, all the while saying to Fred that he was unwelcome for now, if he was going to be doing things like this, but that if he could behave, he could return later on. After the blessing, we didn't hear from Fred at all, until about a year later. I came home from work and my rocking chair was rocking like someone had just stood up. I tried walking around and recreating how I came in to see if maybe I just rocked the floor a little bit, but nothing. Alright, Fred, you're welcome to stay. Just don't do anything stupid or out you go again. So far, nothing since the chair has happened, but who knows what Fred has planned to make sure we all know he's there. I grew up in a small California desert tourist town called Joshua Tree, home of the Joshua Tree National Park. Those of us that are older called it the Monument, as it was before National Parkdom. I was in my early 20s at the time of this, which was approximately 15 or 16 years ago, and was the only one with a car and license. Growing up in a small desert town leaves you with limited options for fun, and we would make use of the park. Occasionally, maybe once a week or so, a group of us would pile into the station wagon with beer, smokes and a mixtape, and drive through the park late at night. An empty road, so dark and quiet other than the loud group of guys in a red Mercury driving fast from one entrance to another. Hours would go by each time as we drove the long, desolate road and stopped at various rocks we liked to climb. I can't overstate how desolate it was. How alone. No other cars, no lights. Except the occasional lonely unmanned roadwork sign, when warranted. Hell, that was exactly what we thought it was. This trip started like any other, except maybe more of us than usual. Crammed in that car, windows down as I chain smoked and drove a good 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. Gravel spitting up as we had a good time. Shortly into the trip, I saw a light. A blue light. Possibly, and it was, miles and miles ahead. That's the thing about dark. Light is free to shine for miles. I remember saying something about having to slow down at some point ahead. There must be some road construction left by itself up ahead. Had to be a sign that I hadn't moved. We continued for a few miles to one of our favourite stops and got out. We climbed for a while, maybe 45 minutes or so, drank a little, joked, the norm. Then we piled back in and continued. Let me be clear, this light never moved, and we had already been about an hour into our adventure. Why would the sign have a blue light? As we approached the light, I started to slow, and slowed more and more as we approached the source. It wasn't a sign, it wasn't a car, it wasn't a UFO. Standing on the side of the road, facing towards us unmoving for over an hour at this point, was a man. A pale white man, white beard, dirty old miner clothing with an old mining helmet and a pickaxe. Period appropriate for a time long before the park was anything other than desert, with some lovely mines. His light gave off an unnatural and bright blue light. His face was blank, but he stared at us, directly at all of us. We sped up, and as we drove by faster, his head turned to keep pace with us as we left. His light was visible, unmoving once again, facing us the entire trip out. Once again, it never flickered or moved. He wasn't translucent, but the saying as white as a ghost applied to everything about him other than his clothes, pickaxe, and light. I remember looking at the car clock shortly after passing him. It was damn nearly exactly 1 a.m. when we passed. We never saw a car, hell, a horse, any way for this old sickly pale miner to get into the park, nor any reason for him to leave. Any means of transportation would have been visible if nearby. Worst of all, we estimated that this miner had to have been standing there facing us for at least an hour and half never moving. The eeriest part by far was how still he had been the whole time, waiting, perhaps, to see us. Not once did that light flicker as if he looked down for a moment or turned his head. He just stood there staring down the road at a car full of dumbasses. Even when we parked, headlights off and climbing some rocks while balancing a beer in one hand, he started from miles away into the darkness in our direction. It would have been no more than darkness to any human that far away without our headlights. We never saw him again. However, a few years ago, I decided to check out to see if anyone had experienced the same. I found one story of a couple that saw him near the park we did. Standing there, staring late at night, found another story of people camping out in the dark away from standard camps that saw the silhouette of what could have been a miner walking closer by. As I wished we would have stopped. Even if it would have been the most horrifying ever. I wish we would have stopped because I honestly believed there was a ghost of a dead miner out in that park, and I would know for sure today. Plenty of unexplained things in my life, but the visage of that miner still fresh to today. If anyone ever wants to test their luck, both on seeing the miner and seeing what he may be doing, take a trip through Joshua Tree National Park in Southern California late at night or early in the morning. You'll probably be alone on that road without cell reception, so be smarter than us and don't take the risks we did. Make sure to slow down your approach, return for Keysview, which is where we saw him and where the other story of him was. Look for a blue ghostly light during your trip. "2017. The Dungeons. Berlin. We queue up until we get a tour of the Lady in White, also known as the ghost of Hohenzollern. No spoilers. So there was an actress in the dark, dressed in white, screaming while the lights flash. And then they tell us the story of the ghost. Definitely worth seeing. I liked the Berlin Dungeons, and there's a lot more to it, but I'm keeping it relevant anyways. After this, we go about our day seeing other parts of Berlin and the city. We were getting to the end of the day. It was a cold day and the weather was miserable. We walk a little further out of the river. So we're crossing this bridge, and as we're walking, we're looking out to the river and enjoying the view. I took my eyes off of the river, and when I turned to face the path, I couldn't quite believe my eyes. Walking towards us was a lady, no taller than 4'6", remarkably small, almost childlike. Her complexion is pale and her hair is almost white. She was very slim. Her face was flawless. She looked to be aged about 16 to 18, but it was hard to tell. She wore nothing but a white veil over her hair and a Victorian-looking nightgown. She walked barefoot. Her feet and ankles were covered in soot or ash and so dirty when they were black. What followed was fighting, and when I think about it, tears run down my face. So we make eye contact. I was drawn to her eyes, staring at me. This state was not a stare of interest, or as if she wanted to ask us something. This was a stare of hatred. She stared into my eyes like she wanted me dead. She stared so intensely, I felt she could see right through me. Her stare lasted about 3 seconds or until we passed each other. So, there are other things that can happen. I can't explain why she was dressed in a Victorian-style nightgown and veil in miserable, slightly cold weather. Even the homeless wore warm coats and were fully dressed. I can't explain why her legs and feet were black as coal. This wasn't dust or dirt. This had to be coal. But modern cities are no longer coated in soot from burning coal, so how did her legs and feet get so black? Why would someone stare at a stranger like they wanted to kill them? It wasn't just my interpretation. Most people would look away if they were caught staring. This lady kept staring at me. I can't explain why there is no trace of this lady online or on social media, considering she walked through the middle of Berlin, her appearance, and the history of the White Lady ghost. I don't understand why there is no trace. I read on the Berlin Dungeons website, the appearance of the White Lady only meant one thing: definite death. Does that explain why I felt like she wanted me dead when she stared at me? But this experience had not turned me into a believer of ghosts, but it's made me believe in the possibilities of ghosts, which I honestly thought I would never say, and I will feel more inclined to read ghost stories and not just doubt it all. Feel free to share your thoughts or theories. I've thought about from her being an actor from the Dungeons, to her being a lure, to her being a hippie, but nothing, at least not yet, has hit the nail on the head or even come close to feeling like a possibility. But weird things happen in the world. Maybe it's just one of those things. If I could go back in time and find out, I would. That was until the night of the 23rd of December. I couldn't really sleep that night because I'd been working a late shift and was still kinda in an energetic mood. Weirdly though, that afternoon when I was sitting on my bed putting my shoes on, I could have sworn I felt someone touch my foot from under my bed. I didn't really pay much attention to it. I just remember thinking, oh god, that's weird. But it was the middle of the day and I was running late. Anyways, that night, once I did finally get to sleep, I kept being awoken by scratching noises. That sounds a lot scarier than it is, because we always get mice in our attic in winter, so it really wasn't anything new or scary. However, the third or fourth time it woke me up, it startled me because it sounded different. This time it sounded like, I guess I would say it sounded like someone really lightly running their finger along the wall. Not scratching it or anything, just like someone really, really lightly running a finger along the wall. I also noticed that my wardrobe door was open. In my culture, there's a lot of superstitions surrounding specifically wardrobe doors being open. I actually have a string keeping it closed, which would have to have been untied to open the wardrobe. This immediately made me think something spooky was afoot, but I was so tired that I was just happy to ignore it. Anyways, I turned on the light and of course, there was nothing to be seen. So I got a drink, took a few deep breaths and went back to sleep. I then awoke at 7 lying on my side facing the wall. For some reason, I got this overwhelming urge to turn around, and before I knew it, I was already turning over. I noticed that there was looked to be a shadow man. I'm not sure why, but I had the distinct sense that it was male, standing about 1 meter from the side of my bed. I got the feeling that it was facing me, but peculiarly, it had no head. It wasn't like it had been decapitated or anything gruesome like that. It just had an uninterrupted line across from one shoulder to the other. As well as that, I remember it not having any hands, like its arms just extend in a sort of rounded point. I also immediately noticed that it was quite small, maybe 5 feet tall. Probably less, I'm 5'11", and I could tell I was a decent bit shorter than it. I didn't feel threatened at all at the time. I just saw it, thought, oh wow, this is actually happening. And then immediately thought, this isn't what I imagined you would look like. For reference, as a child, I remember frequently seeing a huge figure pretty often. So in my mind, that's what a shadow person was supposed to look like. Anyways, I then kind of snapped out of it and drove for the light switch. This meant passing by the entity in order to reach the switch. It didn't move or run or anything. It just stood still. When I passed it though, I did notice a coldness in that area of the air, feeling thick or dense. That's the only word that I can think of. As soon as the light was on, it began to fade into like smoke. But there was still a clear outline of it for a few seconds. The best way I can describe it is like, you know when it's really hot outside and you can see the heat waves rising off the road? Yes, well, It looked exactly like that wavy air, but in the shape of the shadow. I'm from Ireland, and assuming this was one of the sea, I asked to leave in Irish. I then felt the newfound sense of dread momentarily lift, but when I sat back down on my bed to kind of process my thoughts, I felt a rush of cold air come towards me, and I did feel a sense of anger or annoyance. But I can't explain where or what it was coming from, almost as if the air was angry at me. Naturally, I decided that this was a battle I was not willing to fight, and left the room. As soon as I closed the door, though, I noticed that my 2 pet ferrets were both wide awake and had all of their fur standing fully on end. I brought them both into my room then, and they both immediately started hissing and puffing their fur up at something. I've never in my life seen them act this way, so it really did freak me out. I've been hoping to just pass this off as some sort of hallucination, but their actions unfortunately made me feel quite justified in my fears. I was initially worried that it was the feared daughter of Irish folklore, a shadow man of the Sai who acts as a warning of your death, but it doesn't fit any of the descriptions of him from our mythology. Which honestly was the best Christmas surprise ever. Fully thought I was a goner for a while. About 3 years after my mum had to put our dog to sleep, due to rapidly worsening illness he had, she always felt like he was hanging around. She never actually saw him, but he had his habits of sleeping next to my parents' room door, and there was occasional bark or thus she always exclaimed. One night, my dad woke up because he had to go to the toilet, went out the room door, only to trip over something, slapping his whole body against the wall, shouting loudly, "Damn it, Ray, I told you countless times to not sleep there." My mum, woken by the noise, with the utmost calm, deadpanned my dad by saying, "But dear, Ray's 3 years dead." She then proceeded to lay back and watch my dad to return to bed, sweaty and white as a sheet, looking at my mum. "But Lucy, I swear to God I felt fur on my feet." At this point, my mum only laughed. The last thing she said was, "I suppose I'm not the only crazy one now, am I?" After this experience, my dad never called my mum crazy. Now when something strange happens, my dad just lets my mum handle it without saying anything. I have to say, I'm really sorry I don't remember this firsthand. But every time my mum mentions this, my dad is looking kind of startled. Luckily, we always laugh at this point. It's not a scary story for us, but I always like to hear it again, because my mum always shows gratitude that nobody is calling her mad anymore because of this. When I was younger, I had a black German Shepherd named Benjamin, Ben for short. He was the most loyal and friendly dog, but had big scary performances whenever there was wind crying through cracks or fireworks were cracking outside. We lived at the time in a block of flat on the 10th floor, all solid panels, so not much noise from neighbours could be heard. This story happened 7 years ago at a New Year's celebration, half a year after our dog Ben passed away. Everything was normal. Me, my fiance, mum, dad and my best friend were celebrating New Year at our flat, watching fireworks beginning to shoot from our window. Everything went alright for a few minutes, until one of our blasted neighbours decided to throw out some homemade explosive, which made a really loud bang. Suddenly, my best friend turned and screamed for her life. Me and mum turned to see what had happened, only to see this dog-like black mass jump down the bed, positioned across the window, followed by shattering glass sound. After initial shock, we decided to check up if the glasses for champagne fell and shattered or what, only to find nothing has been broken, but my dog's memorial photo to be flung across the room to the other side of the bed, from left, and it being put under mum's bag, which is usually pretty heavy because she tends to have too many things in there, without being broken or even slightly cracked. None of us can make sense of how it got there and what that black mass was. Me, my mum and best friend were the only ones to see the black mass, and my fiancé and dad to be additional to hear the shattering glass with the rest of us. After a few minutes of trying to rationalise what had happened, Mum weighs it off as it was probably just Benjamin being scared of the loud firework. We laugh it off despite knowing damn well Ben is dead for half a year, and continue to enjoy our New Year's celebration. Logan is her ex-boyfriend, then boyfriend at the time. Ronnie is her ex-boyfriend's friend and old roommate. Kaylee is Ronnie's ex-girlfriend. Margaret and Cleo are her old cats. Tell me about your scariest experience at Silver Creek. The scariest? So, the scariest thing was one morning I woke up and it was like 3 a.m, because that was when Logan would be working. So I was home alone and I went down to the kitchen. And that's where a lot of energy was from, because remember, that basement? So it was around that area, so I was chilling, making coffee, and I felt this unexplainable touch on my shoulder. So I turned around so fast, because I thought something grabbed my shoulder, and there was no one there. So I grabbed my bong and ran out the door. One time, Ronnie, who used to live there, woke up in the middle of the night and heard old music playing down in the living room, and the music stopped playing when he went downstairs. Logan and Ronnie never believed that much until Ronnie experienced that, because Ronnie's girlfriend got too scared to go in the bathroom alone or be in the house alone. We'd be upstairs on the main floor, and then the dirt bike got kicked over and there was glass and nails, so I started to search. And I found this old dream catcher that gave off so much negative energy, which is so weird for a dream catcher. And then I saged the house before the dream catcher, because I was like, the fuck? And things stopped happening for a month. And then things started happening again, so I spoke out. It's okay, whoever you are, just stop scaring me. Because the music, lights go off, crashing of glass, things being thrown and stuff, the doors slamming, children writing, were all scaring me. They were scribbles of children's drawings along the kitchen. Down the road, there was a triple murder suicide house. There's not much to tell, but the main story was that the kid killed the mom and the dad and then him killed himself. But then it was the dad who killed the kid and the mom himself. So it's undetermined. But sometimes if you pass that house, you can see a white face in the window staring at you. So I'd be chilling and Margaret and Cleo didn't get along that well. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night and they'd be standing side by side, staring at the same thing and following something with their eyes, and always acting weird and scared, like they were hypnotized. So one night we felt like Ronnie was in his room, and he was really depressed from his breakup, and he was standing at the foot of his bed with a loaded shotgun. And he wouldn't listen to me and Logan, had to shake him to wake him out of it, and he realised he was holding a fully loaded shotgun. He didn't know what came over him and didn't remember, but he said he was trying to kill himself. In Ronnie's room, it was really weird, and there was a chimney in the closet with cobwebs on it, and it led up to the top of the house. After Ronnie moved out, we kept everything in his room. He just had a shotgun and an old bed, and I heard things moving up in his room, and the shotgun was moved from his old mattress to leaning against the chimney. The bottles in the basement would be thrown against the wall, and there were always dead rodents and frogs in the basement, and they would always be found dead right at the edge of the basement stairs. One time, I was in the living room watching a show. I didn't even feel safe when there was sunlight or when there was daytime at all. It was a constant negative, weird energy. One day, I was really sick, and I had a cold, and I thought I could hear something talking to me. And I turned around really fast, and it was like a big gust of wind blew through the house. I got so scared I called Ronnie, and I said, "When are you coming home? I'm so scared right now." And I'd always hide out in the truck because I didn't want to be alone. And also one time, Kaylee, Ronnie's ex, said that Ronnie went downstairs and she heard someone tapping at the bedroom door, and she heard whispering sounds of someone imitating his voice, and it wasn't even him. It was like a shapeshifter kind of thing, a skinwalker. I always found fairy rings out in the yard, and maybe they weren't fairy rings. It could be something else pretending to be. I had the constant fear of knowing you're being watched, and it was true. So in July 2020, I visited an abandoned farmhouse near where I live. The place itself wasn't that scary until we entered the middle of the house. This part was completely dark. There was no natural light anywhere, so we turned on our torches. Things seemed to move. A chair would move a foot or so to the right. The ladder in the front room would creak under the weight of a person, but there was no one there. We found nothing of it because we didn't know the house was haunted until I posted my video to YouTube, where I had loads of fellow urbex explorers telling me the real history of the building. A father had murdered his 2 young children and hidden the bodies in the basement, which after his trial had been sealed completely. And the mother hung herself in the upstairs bedroom. It's rumoured that the mother haunts the upstairs of the house. Most say she isn't violent, but she doesn't like people entering her room. In fact, her room is the only one which has decayed so badly that the floor has dipped into the front room. However, it was not her ghost we encountered the second time. Once I knew all of this, I went back. A foolish decision, but a decision no less. This time I wanted to make contact. I hoped to speak with the woman, ask her what happened in that place, why she can't move on, etc. And if she wanted to talk to us. For a while, we walked around the house. We would hear things. A scuffle of feet, like that of a person too tired to properly pick their feet up. Slamming doors upstairs. The old basement door would move and creak. There was no draft. And so, before we lost courage, we opened up a speaking app. I personally wasn't sure how well it would work. What with it being a free app on Play Store. But we began to politely talk to the ghost anyway. Every now and then my phone would click, the screen would go blank, and static would play loudly. I began to get spooked out. Then my cousin said, "What if a ghost tells us to get out?" And that's what happened. As soon as she finished speaking, a yes violently came through my phone. A chill ran through my whole body, all at once. It hadn't been the woman's voice. It was the angry, hostile voice of an older man. We screamed and ran out of the house so fast. Once outside, I had to take a moment because I felt as though I was going to throw up. We ended the session on my phone and left. The building is due to be demolished later this year after laying abandoned for around 30 or 40 years or so. And yet, since I spoke to the entity, I've had the same dream every night of a slightly different building. Nothing in my dream ever changed, until last night. A window had been broken and a dark, shadowy figure beckoned me forwards. That's when I woke up. I haven't felt quite right since going to that building, and I will never be going back. My oldest brother grew up in Sierra Vista in the 1980s. Sierra Vista is a border town in Arizona, and during that time it experienced some heavy drug crime and some light violence. You know, normal border town stuff. Well, my mom was a single mom, and they briefly lived in a very shady trailer park in a single wide mobile home because it was all they could afford. Trailers were run down, things weren't meeting codes, and you didn't have to pass a background check, so many of her neighbours were criminals. There was a drug dealer and his girlfriend living across from them who was pretty abusive. You would hear them fight and she would leave, and he would hunt her down and bring her back. The girlfriend's death was played off as a suicide, but it was widely believed that he had murdered her just to give you a better image of what type of place it was. Soon after moving in, my mom woke up in the middle of the night to my brother chit-chatting. He was sitting cross-legged on the middle kitchen floor in the dark. My mom stood there for a moment, listening to him, giggling and talking before saying his name. "Jimmy, what you doing? Who are you talking to?" "My friend. Talking to my friend." "Who is your friend?" "The man." The man? What's the man's name? I don't know. You don't know? He lives under the ground. The man who lives under the ground. My mom scooped him up and took him back to bed in her room because it freaked her out. This went on for a few weeks. She'd wake up to him sitting in the kitchen in the middle of the night, and eventually he started going onto the porch talking to the man. He would just sit there talking as if someone was actually there. One day he comes crying to my mom. He's scaring me. I don't like him anymore. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Don't like who? The man who lives under the ground. And like that, almost every night, he became absolutely terrified of him. He wouldn't walk to the bathroom by himself because he had to pass the kitchen, and he definitely didn't go into the kitchen at night anymore. This is particularly abnormal because, as far as I know, children don't get scared of their imaginary friends because they make them up themselves. They are who they want them to be. My family has two theories about this whole experience. Theory 1 is that the man who lived under the ground was a spirit of someone who was murdered and buried under the kitchen. Theory 2 is that there was actually a man living under the trailer and speaking to him through the vents. I don't know which one is more terrifying. My mom and my brother promptly moved out, and he never had the experience again. He's 35 years old now, and only remembers talking to a shadow. This happened when I lived in a house that always felt very odd. And I don't want to say it, but it felt somewhat haunted. We'd always have unusual events such as exploding light bulbs and things thrown at us during the night. I should mention that on numerous occasions, we would all claim to see the same shadow creature frantically brush past our feet, as if it was a rabbit that was running from a fox. We brushed it off as just our imagination and tiredness. We kept many pets, such as birds, rabbits, and the occasional slug that somehow made its way into our dining room. We didn't keep those, FYI. On many occasions, our pet rabbits would freak out and hide in the one corner of the room as if they were attracted to the same spot. They wouldn't ever go near this specific corner of the living room, and if you dared try putting them near, they would kick and scratch and run away from it. There's so much I could tell you, but I'll skip to what you people would call the fun stuff. So I was young, prone to these really powerful recurring nightmares for some reason. Normal diet and even more normal lifestyle. Sometimes after one of these nightmares, I would crawl down from my top bunk bed and make my way down the cold ladder in the pitch black of night. And I'd call for my parents and I would jump into bed with them for the rest of the night. So this one night, another nightmare hit me. It was one of the worst I've had. I jump into my parents' bed with them, who by the way are both facing the same direction, towards my right. I'm on the far left side of the bed, facing left. After at least 15 minutes of staring into the void of the darkness, my eyes had started to adjust. I could make out the shapes of my mother's wardrobe and my father's football gear. He was a football coach, not a player. At some point, I must have opened my eyes after nearly falling asleep. Kind of like when you have that hypnic jerk just as you're about to fall asleep, but you have that crazy fast panic attack and you inhale. I hope you know what I mean. So I opened my eyes, and after a minute or so of regaining my bearings, I caught a glimpse of a moving pattern. This really freaked me out. It didn't have any distinctive features, except that it almost looked like it had tentacles, like an octopus. It sounds ridiculous, I know. As soon as I saw this weird thing, I pulled the duvet over my head and faced my parents' direction. Now listen carefully here, because this is the best part. The position I was laying in was like a curled up on my side kind of position, with my left arm under my pillow and my right arm down between my thighs. Somebody or something grabbed my hand, which was under the pillow, and gripped it very tight. Almost like that grip your uncles give you when you haven't seen them in ages. I yanked my hand several times until it gave way, and I called for my parents to wake up, because obviously at this point I was terrified. It wasn't my father's hand, and he was the parent closest to me. He couldn't have reached from his position facing right all the way to my hand, considering whatever grabbed my hand came from the edge of the bed behind me. Hopefully, this isn't too confusing so far. Boom! The light bulb at the top of our staircase blows up. Glass everywhere. My brothers get their phones out and switch all the lights on, confused when the one bulb doesn't turn on. My parents already have the lamp on by this point, and there's nobody or nothing in the room with us. My roommate and I have lived in this one-bedroom apartment comfortably for a little over a year now. When we first moved in, it was owned by some lady who was scared of it burning down. There had been one apartment that was ruined by smoke mostly once. And we have 3 fire alarms within 2 feet of each other near the back of the house because of the landlord. The majority of the time, everything is pretty normal. No strange dreams, no banging, none of that. But what does happen is strange. We were given 2 keys for the house when we moved in. They both curled at a round angle, like an arched finger. One of them only curled at the tip. One happened while my friend had it in his pocket while he was out skating. Then when he went to use it on the door, it was bent. Next, I know I lose some things like we all do, but some things seem to legitimately disappear completely every now and then. Usually it's when we have people over. It's something we're using and have been using all night, and then poof, gone. I was once in the bedroom with my ex, and in the morning the door opened and closed like 15 times. It was truly the most insane thing I've ever seen. Even talking about it makes my hair stand up. It happened so fast, never completely closing every time, just quickly swaying back and forth. I have a nightstand thing with shelves next to my bed in the living room, and I have this massive rock on it, and one night it just fell straight off, out of nowhere. Scared the shit out of me. It made a super massive loud crash that made me jump straight off the couch. It's not much of a story, I guess. There's more to it all, but I just figured I'd say something because I think about it all the time. I just wonder what's going to happen next. Always kind of a long time in between events. Almost just enough to where you forget they happen completely.
One night, an uncle of mine was walking home. The sun was just starting to set, and in Lagos at the time, there weren't many streetlights. So when it got dark out, it got dark out. My uncle had been told by Abwe, Dad's mom, many times not to stay out too late and be home before the sun goes down. My uncle was a very stubborn person when he was younger, according to my dad, and always blew off everything my Abwe would say. On this night, he definitely should have listened to her. And if I'm not mistaken, he did after the events I'm about to retell. As he walked, he saw a man standing on a street corner. The man looked to my uncle and said, "You should get home, kid. It's getting late." My uncle, being the jackass that he was, said, "Screw you, old man. Don't tell me what to do," and went about his leisurely walk home. After a couple of blocks, my uncle saw the same man standing on a different street corner. The man said the same thing he said before. My uncle didn't think much of it, told him to go fuck himself and continued walking. After a few blocks, my uncle saw the same man, but this time he had a big snarling dog with him. The old man said the same thing, this man with the dog growling and baring its teeth. My uncle was a little more bothered this time, understandably so, but still told the old man to shove it and kept walking. He was nearly home at this point. The sun was gone, the moon bright in the sky, and then he saw him again. This time he's just laughing maniacally. Not only is he laughing, but he has 2 dogs now. According to my dad, my uncle said the dogs and man's eyes were red, and as soon as my uncle walked past them, he heard the man let the dogs go. He took off, running as fast as he possibly could, the dogs barking, snarling, and giving chase. As soon as my uncle reached my Abwe's house, he started pounding on the door, furiously begging her to open up.
Once the door was opened, he flew inside and told her to shut it fast. My abway was trying to figure out what was happening, and my uncle told her about the man and the dogs. My abway said he was being ridiculous and said there's nothing out there. She opened the door and saw nothing, but my uncle swore that he could see the dogs pacing outside back and forth, teeth sharp, eyes red, fur black, and waiting for him. When I was in high school, my senior year, I was helping out with the school play. A girl I liked was in the play and asked if I could help, so of course I said yes. Well. One night after rehearsals had concluded, I stayed back in order to organise the prop room. I had major OCD back then. A few minutes go by, and I hear the door to the stage slam shut. Something to note about this door is that if you closed it without propping it open, you'd surely lock yourself in and be screwed. So, being the nice guy that I was back then, I walk over, prop the door open, and step inside. I can already hear my Mexican ancestors calling me a pendejo for going towards the noise. Anywho, I walk onto the stage and start calling out, asking, "Hey, anyone there?" Everyone already left, so time to go. You nearly locked yourself in here, right? It was silent, except for the boom, boom, boom steps I was hearing on the stage. I didn't only hear them, but I felt them through my shoes and it shook me. I thought nothing of it and kept asking who was around. Still no responses, and then I started hearing what sounded like someone running up and down the aisles. After a while, the spotlights started making noise as though someone was playing with them. At that point, I figured my friend Amy was messing with me, so I texted her and asked if she was fucking with me. She said no. I said bullshit and she FaceTimed me. She showed me she was in her room and said, "Yep, I left my comfy bed and comfy pyjamas to mess with you." I apologised, said we'd talk the next day, and hung up. After what felt like an eternity, the spotlight stopped. The running in the aisle stopped, but the stomping on the stage didn't. They felt closer and closer and closer until it felt like they stopped right behind me. I felt a breeze on my neck and thought, okay, has to be wind. Then I felt 3 sharp nails land on my shoulder, one at a time. That was the last straw. I bolted out of there faster than I ran any 3-mile run I ran in the military afterwards, grabbed my backpack and ran as fast as I could out of the theatre building. I live in historic district Savannah, and for anyone who doesn't know, Savannah is very haunted, especially the section I live in. My apartment is from the mid-1800s. My boyfriend lived in the studio apartment in our building, and then a 1-bedroom apartment was available on the lowest level, so we took it. I expected some weird noises and minor stuff, as my boyfriend said he's experienced it the year before I moved in, but nothing crazy. But some weird-ass stuff just suddenly happened. Besides recently feeling the phenomenon in our place, the activity seems to be happening in the bathroom. My boyfriend has been hearing noises constantly late at night, while I'm sleeping. And funny enough, I told him how the bathroom has freaked me out for no reason. Well, just today, the weirdest thing happened. Our new and unused white soap dish that sits on a platform up high above everything, with other teeth cleaning stuff, my contact fluid, etc., randomly was filled with what looked like pee, musty and had that pee smell. To the top with 0 spills anywhere, and our new toothpaste was floating in it. I mean pee colour. I brushed my teeth at noon Sunday. My boyfriend brushed them before me, and I put the toothpaste next to the mouth rinse, not in the soap dish. Then this morning, my boyfriend goes, "Why is the toothpaste floating in our soap dish?" It's a big deep one, by the way, with yellow liquid. We watched it go down the drain and it was pure pee, smell or not. You could tell. We created it by filling the white soap dish again, clear and white. We hadn't even used the bathroom all Sunday,
because we didn't come home until like 8 p.m, went out again and came home at 11 p.m, went to bed. Neither of us brushed our teeth last night because we both passed out. I used the toilet but didn't touch the shelf. He didn't either. We have no friends here and our windows have bars and don't even open, an issue our landlord has been addressed about. We also have security cameras and 3 locks. There was pee in the soap dish, filled to the top, on a shelf with the toothpaste floating in it. There was no other substance or anything anywhere else. Nothing was wet, just in that soap dish. I refused to smell it, but my boyfriend did and said it was musty, like pee. And if someone were to prank us by putting pee or even water in that dish, it would have fallen everywhere because it's high up and was filled to the brim. Like there's no way a person could pee in a soap dish and then raise it above perfectly laying it on a shelf and then add toothpaste in it. It sounds nuts and silly to care about, but something like this is strange. Who even heard of such a thing? Can a ghost even pee? I'm 29 weeks pregnant and I wake up consistently throughout the night due to having to pee a lot. I always feel like someone is watching me from the kitchen, which can be seen from down the hall when you go to the bathroom. A little backstory. My husband and I live with my father-in-law. His mother passed away in October and we were very close. Then, in my son's toy room and father-in-law room, which is right next to our bedroom, I always feel eyes on me when I walk by. No matter if I'm home alone or if anyone is there. I always feel like somebody's watching me. The other day I was in the bath watching YouTube, home alone. I hear someone walking in the house and hear the fridge door open then shut. My father-in-law was hunting, husband at work, son at his mother's house, and my dog's paws were visible under the door because she has separation issues, especially with me pregnant. My husband doesn't feel it, but my father-in-law said he never feels alone either. My son, 3, stays as a ghost in the kitchen and in the walls. I don't know if I'm more sensitive because of being pregnant, but I've always felt like I'm never truly alone, no matter where I am. My husband is a pest control technician, and he normally has to drive pretty far out in the woods to do his job. One day, his GPS took him to an old abandoned Freemasons building, which the GPS said was the firehouse he was supposed to be servicing. While he was slightly confused, he figured it was the right address and started spraying for bugs. When he gets to the back of the building, he sees a basement door open, like one of those doors that are technically in the ground, but lead to a basement under the house. He told me he could hear what sounded like someone walking, but he just hollered down into the basement that he was just a pest technician doing a job. He then hears what he explained to me as a monotone voice say, "Hey, I need some help." He said it didn't sound like the voice was struggling or anything. He just replied saying, "Everything okay? Are you hurt?" The voice just repeated, "I need help." They couldn't see down in the basement, and there weren't any apparent light to see anyone either. My husband is a 6'2", 250-pound man. Normally people don't mess with him, or would even try to talk to him, and people don't scare him easily. But he noped the hell out of there. He said the entire time he walked back to his truck around the front of the building, it felt like something was right behind him, watching him leave. He was confused as to why the GPS brought him there, but he eventually found the right place that he was supposed to be at. He called me after he had service to tell me all this. So, M was in our own home, and in his dream, he was getting ready for bed. It was already dark and the moon was illuminating into the house, leaving dark spots. When M entered the bedroom, he found an old man sitting on a bunk bed, rather than the king-sized bed we usually have, and no old man. The old man was fragile and shaking. He needed help getting into bed. M helped the old man
into the bottom bunk, then proceeded to hop into the top bunk for a good night's rest. When he soon realised, wait, who is this old man, and why am I in a bunk bed? Once this realisation hit, he hopped out of bed to question why this old man was in his house. Except when M looked down, he was standing on batteries. There were dead batteries all over the room, and an old man sitting up in the bed. M asked the old man, "What's with all the batteries?" rather than why he's in the house. The old man started shaking again. He was fidgeting with a flashlight and some batteries. He looked at M with empty and frightened eyes before saying, "We need the light." M started to feel a demonic presence surrounding him. He could feel it getting closer with every breath. The flashlight went out, causing M to wake up to a heavy breath in his ear. He shot up in his own bed and his heart pounding and trying to catch his breath. M came downstairs to find me, as I work night shift and tend to stay up late. By this time, I had the Ouija board put away and was relaxing in front of the TV. He looked pale and ready to cry. I feel horrible, and strange things started to happen on a regular basis now. I was working the night shift currently as a nurse for about 4 months at this point, so I was up until 5 AM even on my days off. Anyways, I needed a new place to rent and I was not about to move in with my current boyfriend, as he lived with 4 dudes in a house with only 1 bathroom. My friend suggested I rent out a room from her neighbour, who is about 86 years old at the time and not doing so well health-wise. He said he'd give me cheap rent knowing a nurse was living in the house. I thought, saving money would be awesome. Eddie was super friendly and very sweet. So I agreed to move in and decided to set up my room in the basement, so it was darker and easier to sleep during the day. I cleaned it up and liked the fact it was more private. I didn't have a whole lot of time to settle in due to my work, but on my first night off, I was reminded why people don't like basements. It was rolling around to about 2 AM. I was up watching a movie or something of the sort, debating if I should walk over to the 7-Eleven to buy some greasy goodness for dinner, when I started to hear someone walking down the stairs, quickly. The lights were off and the switch was over by the stairs, so I used the flashlight on my phone to see, thinking that Eddie really shouldn't be running down the stairs like that, but maybe he needs me. So I started to call out his name. "Eddie, you okay?" As I walk over to the light switch, at first I don't even see him. Then wait, I can hear footsteps walking away from me. I can see someone, something walking the opposite direction from where I was standing. I called out for Eddie once more with a little more shakiness in my voice, because the dark figure I was looking at was no 86-year-old man. It was tall and big, over 6 feet. It looked right at me. It had these reflective yellow eyes that shined from my phone flashlight. I just stood there as it started to, I don't know, the manifest. I snapped out of this trance-like state when it hissed or something at me. I jumped and turned on the light switch so fast, and it was gone. I grabbed my purse and jacket and took that walk over to 7-Eleven and did not come back until the sun came out. I was so scared. That morning I moved my things to the upstairs room thinking that would help. I wish it was a bad dream, but I know what I heard and saw. I thought being out of the basement would help, but it didn't. Eddie's health started to decline a couple of weeks after this incident, and he needed to stay in the hospital for a little while. So I was in the house completely alone. His daughter from out of town came by to pick up some clothes, and I thought she would stay at the house while she was in town. But she refused and said she would rather pay for a hotel. That freaked me out even more, but I wasn't about to let that experience ruin a great place to live. So my boyfriend at the time always offered for me to stay with him. We'd been together for over a year, so it wasn't a bad idea. But he rented out the other rooms in his house to 4 other guys, and it only had 1 bathroom. So even though this house gave me the creeps,
I really didn't want to live in the man cave. Anywho, Eddie was in the hospital, so I was in the house alone for a while. I was still on the night shift and preferred not to stay in the house alone at night. It was my night off once again, and I was in the house alone, reading in my bed and feeling pretty tired from working 7 shifts straight. 4 a.m. was rolling around, and I kept hearing something, like walking or someone dragging their feet. I started to think about the last time I had heard this. My heart started racing. I remember I was even shaking at the thought. I thought staying in one of the rooms upstairs would make a difference, but it didn't help that I was in the house completely alone. I checked out the window that looked onto the street. It was faintly lit up from the streetlights. It was empty. No one I could see walking around at 4 a.m. But I could still hear someone dragging their feet around the house. I was trying to reason myself with this was just an old house. Old houses creaking. Curiosity got the best of me, and I was tired of feeling afraid in my own room. Lifting off the covers of my blanket, I stood up and took a deep breath in. I opened the door to my little room and took a step out. Rather than turning on the lights, I used the flashlight on my phone to check the house. Okay, the main floor was all clear, and I concluded it was all in my head. That is, until it started again, but heavier and in the basement. Just like the last time. It sounds like someone is walking down the steps. I listened intensely as the walking turned into running. I was just standing in the living room waiting for something to appear at the top of the steps. Slowly, I grabbed my coat and purse off the couch and inched my way to the front door. I was crying, thinking the worst. Did someone break in? No, it was that thing again. And I can see its large yellow eyes staring back from the basement stairs. It was growling, deep demonic. I couldn't breathe or move. I was trying to debunk it. It was just the lighting. It continued with that low, guttural growling, and I finally took a breath out. I unlocked the door and ran out of the house. Another trip to the 7-Eleven down the street, then sitting outside until the sun came out. I couldn't spend another night in that house, so I packed my belongings and moved into the man cave with my boyfriend. I enjoyed living in a full house and just learned how to live with the smell. Eddie's daughter was very understanding when I explained that I couldn't live there anymore, and said she's going to set up her father in a home anyways. This story is completely true, and by far one of the worst encounters as an adult. I am and always have been sensitive to the paranormal. I lose sleep. It's located in a small town in Ontario, and was one of the first apartment buildings to be built in the community. It used to have a pool, a playground in the back, and over the years, multiple fires and lots of renovations. It's a 7-floor building holding around 150 apartments. So, we lived in this building because it was owned by a family member, making our rent cheap. Other family members lived in the building and have stories of their own. By the time we moved in, the pool was shut down, and the playground was rusted and sat untouched in the isolated back area. We moved into the 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor. I was around 11 years of age and my sister was 13. We will call her T.O. My mother and stepfather will call M and D. My parents loved the fact it was cheap, and a lot of our family members had already lived in the building. It was also walking distance to our school. My parents worked full-time jobs and had a decent social life. Feeling safe in the apartments and having a lot of family members around, they felt it was safe for me and my sister to be left alone overnight, and even a weekend every once in a while. Because of this, I tend to stay up very late reading, and other things preteens do when they're left alone. Late one night, my sister was in our room sleeping while I was reading in the living room. I kept hearing whispering. I just thought it was my sister on the phone or something. I remember trying to listen in on who she was talking to, or where it was coming from, before realizing it was a man's whisper. Okay, It's an apartment, so it might just be from the floor below or above us. I was about to blow it off before it started to get louder and sounded like it was coming from my parents' room. I quietly put my book down and poked my head around the corner to look down the dark hallway leading to my parents' closed door. They're gone for the weekend, and it keeps getting louder. The voice is saying, "Get out, get out, get out," over and over again. Taking a deep breath in, I stood up and decided to investigate. I walked down the hall and leaned my ear onto the door on my right, leading to my room and where my sister was currently snoring. I continued walking down the hall and held my hand over the handle of my parents' bedroom door. Like out of a horror movie, it got really quiet, and I thought I could hear something moving around behind the door. I started to chicken out and just stood in the dark hallway. My hand was still over the doorknob. A large bang on the door sent me falling back and landing on my butt. It really hurt the tailbone because I was super skinny and didn't have anything to ease the fall. I frantically stood up and ran into my room and into my bed, waking up my sister on the other side of the room. She turned on the lamp beside her bed and glared at me for waking her up. I just crawled under my covers and decided I needed to sleep. The next morning, I was still thinking about it. I thought it was a dream, or I was just overtired from not getting enough sleep. But my tailbone hurt. This was the earliest memorable event I can remember from the apartment. The first sleepless night. The sleepless nights continued. We didn't live in the apartment for long before discovering it was a hotspot for haunting activities. But it didn't stop me from staying up late, reading almost every night. Close to 3 a.m. on a weeknight, I was in my bed reading once again another book. The Doom Brigade, as I remember being really into fantasy books at the time. I had a bookshelf above my bed for easy access, as I was indeed a bookworm. A 12-year-old girl with a little too much acne and a wild imagination. To this day, I stay up all night as I work the night shift. I can only sleep during the day now, not just because of this story, but other events that would happen at night. Anyways, I put my favourite book away on the little shelf and rubbed my eyes from the irritation. I have a little book flashlight that clips onto the book. It makes everything in the background all splotches. So maybe that could explain things. I was looking around at the weird splotches and blinking my eyes to make them dance. That is, until I noticed my closet door across my room was slightly open, and a dark spot around the handle. I always close the door, and to this day always do and double check. I continued to watch it, debating whether to get up and close the door, but I didn't want to wake up my sister or get out the warm covers. I kept watching the open crack, watching it until it opened more. I really wanted it to be my imagination and the fact I was up all night once again, but I can hear the closet creaking open even wider. The figure emerged further out the closet as I kept watching it, wanting it to go away. I didn't take my eyes off it as it started to manifest into a cloaked figure. My 12-year-old mind wanted it to go away, but it wasn't. It just continued to stand there looking back at me, until it lunged at me, covering my small body in its cloak and what felt like hands wrapping around my neck. I screamed, loud. It woke up my sister in the bed on the other side of my room and my mother in the other room. My heart was pounding so hard, it hurt until the next day. When my mother came into the room, I was still screaming and had a pile of books covering me. She had her hands on my shoulders to try and get me to stop screaming. My family concluded it was because my bookshelf had fallen and covered me in books. Why I woke up screaming, but I know what I felt and saw. This was 15 years ago, and I still remember it. Why can't I handle open closets to this day? The building had shopping carts in the lobby
to bring large loads of whatever to different floors. It had an old elevator that will be in the next story. Anywho, I was around 12 years old and I remember being called down to the lobby by my mother to bring up a load of groceries she had ready to go in a shopping cart. I was to bring it up to our apartment on the 4th floor, unload the food, then bring the cart back down. Being a music lover and had just downloaded more songs to my unlimited playlist on the MP3 player I was so thankful to have, I decided it would be a good time to listen to my new music, too loud for my ears. I put on some slippers and walked down the long hallway, leading to the elevators. Down to the lobby and got the groceries sitting in the cart my mother had left. Back up in the elevator and still had the music way too loud. I think it was a simple plan. I started walking down the hall leading back to the apartment, when suddenly I felt 2 hands grab my shoulders and shake me, like someone was deliberately trying to scare or get my attention. I laughed, thinking it was one of my cousins, and whipped my head around to see nothing. No one was standing behind me. I took out my headphones and just stared blankly into an empty hallway. I almost ran back to the apartment, still pushing the shopping cart. I unload all the groceries and soon hear my mom coming back to the apartment. She reminded me to take the cart back down, but I really didn't want to. This elevator was old and creaky, just like the building. I hated using it alone, but the stairs are even creepier and darker. In the basement of the apartment building were 2 snack machines and a drink machine, always full of my favourite treats. Nothing over $2 back in the day. Okay, I'm not going to sugarcoat this, and maybe it was me being paranoid, but I was around 15 and smoking some weed, about an hour before the munchies kicked in. It would have been easier to eat some of the healthy snacks in the fridge, but I was baked and wanted chips and chocolate. It was around 11 PM on a Saturday night, and I decided to dig into my little change cup for a few bucks and visit the machines of deliciousness. I walked down the long hallway and pressed the button for the elevator. I noticed right away it was louder than usual. But maybe it was just from smoking the devil's lettuce. When the doors opened, it seemed like the elevator was still moving and not yet ready for the doors to be opened. And I should have used my brain and just walked down the stairs, or better yet, ate the healthy food back at home. But I wanted the goods. I walked into the elevator and pressed the button that leads to the basement. The doors closed and the elevator creaked as it started to move down. The lights even seemed dimmer than usual. That's when the whispering started, or what sounded like someone was standing in the elevator with me. Just as I looked around the elevator like I was going to find someone, it started to shake. The lights flickered and it shook so hard I had to grab the walls around me to keep my balance. I felt the elevator drop hard before coming to a slanted stop. You can guess I was crying by now and just wishing it was a bad trip. But it wasn't, and I'm now sitting in a broken elevator with the red emergency lights on. My heart was racing so fast I could hear it. I pressed the alert button a few times, between sobs mostly, and tried to listen if someone was around. I didn't know what else to do but sit down and wait for someone to notice, late on a Saturday night. Thankfully, someone did notice 2 women coming back from a bar or something. I heard them laughing and chatting as they pressed the button for the elevator. I called down right away and they responded. They told me not to worry and they're calling the super. It took another 2 hours before a fireman had to pry open the doors, leaving just enough space by the floor for me to slip out. For 2 hours, I had to sit in the dark elevator with nothing but my fear. Maybe the whispering was in my head, or sounds from the old building, but being stuck in a place like that was real. Thank you for listening. I hope you never get stuck in an elevator. It all started when I was 5 or 6 years old and had an imaginary friend called Bombo. He was a small Victorian boy who lived with his mother, who I said lived under the floorboards in the house that I grew up in. I used to talk and play with him all the time, teaching him about things like my Velcro shoes and some of the toys I had. It was no secret to my family who Bombo was, and even what he looked like, from how I had described him. One day, my sister, 14 years old at the time, went back upstairs to our shared room after a family day out and saw him, standing in the corner of the room, staring at her, exactly how I had described him, even down to the detail of the clothes. A few years passed, and I was now 10 or 11 years old. Our family had moved house a couple times, and now lived in a 3-story house in a village, just out of my hometown. I always had a weird feeling about that house from the moment we moved in, but didn't think much of it over the excitement of having my own room on the top floor with a skylight. After a few months, things started to get strange, things disappearing, hearing footsteps on the middle floor landing at night, etc. These experiences progressively ended up getting stranger, with sounds like nails being dragged up the railings on the top floor, getting worse and worse, as well as some nights my little sister, 3 at the time, screaming, saying that there was a man growling at her in a room, although my family put this down to an overactive imagination and didn't think anything else of it. It was quiet for a couple of months before everything came back again, but this time it was so much worse. This was the first time I saw it. One night, I was in my room, watching TV and getting things ready for school the next day. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a face peering in at me through my skylight. Its skin was dark red and its eyes were white with no pupils, only veins. Dark circles around its eyes, leading to black cracks across its face. It was grinning at me. Even without pupils, I knew that it had its eyes locked on me. Needless to say, after a few seconds of initial shock, I ran downstairs to the rest of my family and refused to go back to my room. Shortly after this, my older sister, who had given birth recently and was living with us temporarily, had her own experience. As she was sleeping one night, she heard a knock on her door between 2 and 3 a.m. Thinking that I was the one knocking, she shouted, "What?" twice, with no response. The door flung open after a few seconds, with such a force that the dresser had dented the door from the impact. No one was there. Shortly afterwards, we moved again for personal reasons to the house that we now have been in for years. For years, there were no unusual experiences, other than the occasional sound of footsteps, nothing that couldn't logically be explained. When I was 18, my sleep schedule was the same as any teenager, waking up around noon and going to bed around 3 or 4 a.m. This one night in particular, I was up doing the same as always, listening to music, watching films, etc. At midnight, I went downstairs to the kitchen as usual to get some snacks. On my way back out of the kitchen, I saw it again. Standing behind the front door looking in through one of the glass panels was that same face I saw all those years ago. Same red skin, same eyes, same dark circles and cracking features, staring right at me. This time with one of its hands leant on the other glass panel, as it watched me. The only difference with it this time, it wasn't grinning. After standing there for what felt like an eternity, I ran as fast as I could up to my room and locked myself inside. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Some family friends who were regular churchgoers theorized after they had heard what I saw that this thing I had seen was Bombo, or what had taken the form as him in the first place. And when I had stopped giving him my attention and energy, he had then had to use another way getting my attention. But I don't know what to think for sure. All I know is that what I saw was the exact thing I saw as a child. And it came back. It's been 4 years since the last time I saw it. I hope I never see it again. When me and my ex-fiancée were together, we lived with her mother and grandmother. The grandmother had some health issues and needed to be monitored but was able to take care of herself. The first strange event happened about a week or two prior from her grandmother's passing. We came home late one night from a party at her boss's house, and the front door was locked, so we had to go to the back of the house. Both of us had to use the restroom, and I told her to go in, and being a guy, I stayed outside and did my business. Only one bathroom in the house. Now, they had a huge detached garage that was mostly empty and literally only had one bulb light in it. The door was always left open as the handle was broken. While I'm standing there, looking towards this garage doorway, lights up, with possibly the brightest light I've ever seen, but at the same time doesn't illuminate anything around me or the doorway. Immediately I pinched and ran inside out of pure fear. The second event came the night of passing. I was down in the basement playing Arma 2, as it was my day off, and the basement had half windows pointing toward the driveway, which led to the garage. As I'm playing, I can hear her grandmother coming from the second floor to the first floor, which took my attention from the game and to the stairs. I notice out of the half windows a bright light coming from the back of the house towards the garage, quickly across toward the front. And about 2-ish minutes later, her grandmother collapsed in the living room where we attempted CPR for 30 minutes before the fire department took over. A few years ago, I went to Thailand with my girlfriend at the time. Well, it was more like a resort rather than a hotel. I won't mention the name of the resort, but each room was on a different level on the side of a mountain, next to a beach. I won't mention it because I can't for the life of me remember what it's called either. Now, I swear this room that we stayed in was haunted. I've had previous experiences with the paranormal as a kid, and throughout my teenage years, so I am a believer that there is some form of afterlife. When we first entered the room, it was bitterly cold. Yes, I know Thailand has a hot climate, so it could have been the aircon. But you can tell the difference between when an aircon has been on, hot air rises so you can still feel the humidity, but this room felt like it was below 0 degrees Celsius. I put it off as the aircon, but thinking back on the experience, surely the aircon wasn't first-class technology to produce such coolness. The next thing, I'm trying to sleep. I'm an insomniac, have been since I was 6. And in my left ear, there was this very, very quiet electric guitar playing, like a death metal riff, over and over again. It wouldn't stop. The guitar riff kept playing until I eventually fell asleep. But me, being the metalhead that I am, it didn't bother me that much. And I put it off me listening to my music too loud, too long on the plane ride there. The guitar riff played in my ear every night I was at the hotel. Every night I stayed at the hotel, I dreamt of violence and gore, horrible things. I remember dreaming of murdering people in the worst way possible, way too gory to mention here. One night, I fell asleep, and I was having another horrid dream, and at the end of the dream, there was this white sheet that rose, typical ghost lookalike from old movies, where the ghost is under a white bed sheet. It looked like that. I'm a brave guy, and I started challenging the ghost, and I started fighting it with my bare hands. I remember I grabbed it by its throat and started choking it while yelling, "I'm going to kill you," over and over. I think my sanity started dropping by like the third night staying at the hotel. Unbeknown to me, I was saying it in real life too. It woke my girlfriend up and she started fearing for her life, thinking I was going to kill her. She was saying to me. She eventually woke me up and she explained the dreams I was having and the experiences in the room. She told me she had no experience. That night, after telling her the experiences, I woke up around 3:30 a.m. feeling extremely sick. I had to rush to the toilet and I vomited for about 3 hours. I told my girlfriend to take me to the hospital, but she told me to rest and see how I am in the morning. I woke up in the morning feeling like nothing had happened that night. Now, we moved to another hotel after a few days and everything stopped. No more death metal guitar, no more violent dreams, no more feeling sick. and the hotel was at room temperature. Could this be some sort of entity that lived in the hotel that was haunting, or all pure coincidence? My boyfriend has trouble getting to sleep normally, and even when he does, he still wakes up during the night for whatever reasons, toilet, drink, etc. This night, he was sound asleep, as was I. He was laying on his stomach. He woke me up as he jolted up from his sleeping position and made this really loud gasp sound. I remember asking him if he was okay or what happened, something along those lines, but he had just laid back down and went back to sleep. Neither of us thought anything about it until a few weeks later at his work's Christmas party. He was talking to one of the ladies he worked with, and somehow they started talking about ghosts and hauntings, which is weird because that's not something he's interested in. Anyway, she mentioned this man in a bowler hat that she has seen before, in a different house in a completely different state, and about having a fear of looking down a dark hallway for whatever reason. This is when he becomes interested, because he remembers that night and tells us what had happened. So he was sound asleep, but he remembers something waking him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a man sitting or leaning against his bedside table. It was a man in a bowler hat and a suit, just there looking at him, watching him sleep. That's when he jolted up and made that noise. He later told me it's not the first time he's seen him, but it's the first time that he had really taken notice or remembered about him. After him mentioning this, I start to recall little things that have happened. Like thinking I've seen someone in my peripheral vision, or thinking I've seen just the back of someone as they're walking behind a wall, etc. And then I remember how I also have a bit of a fear of looking down the hallway in our house at night, if the light isn't on. I haven't seen this guy as much, but I can feel some sort of presence. The other morning when I woke up alone in bed, my boyfriend was sleeping in another room because he couldn't get to sleep and didn't want to wake me. And I noticed that the bedroom door was pulled shut. Not completely shut, but just enough so it looked shut. My cat was on the bed, so I knew to get up to open the door for her, to be able to get out. I slid over to the other side of the bed, sat up and rubbed my eyes. But when I opened them, the door was halfway open. No one had opened it because I hadn't moved. The cat was still on the bed, and he was still asleep in the other room. Maybe my old mate decided to have a slumber party with me that night and made a quick exit. I don't know, but it just seems pretty strange. So a number of years ago, my ex-husband and I went and did the night tour of Port Arthur in Tasmania. Before we started the tour, we were told a few rules about it if you're chosen to be a lantern bearer. The two I remember is that 1. If you're at the front, make sure to knock before entering a room, and 2. If you're at the back, close the door behind you, and if you feel a tap on your shoulder, don't turn around. Well, we were both selected, and he was up the front and I was at the back. Partway through the tour, a couple offered to take my lantern, and I sheepishly went up the front to join my partner. The tour was really cool, and I kept taking random photos in corners of rooms, especially the morgue, but nothing other than what I wanted to think were orbs, were probably just water droplets on the camera lens. It had been raining. So when the tour ended and we were all in the front lobby area, the tour guide thanked us for joining and to check the back seat of the car, just in case a ghost was hitching a ride. No worries. We drove back to where we're staying, and I was walking ahead of my ex as he was having a smoke, and there's a half-circle shaped roof patio thing above the door into the motel. While I was walking up to the door, I was also looking up at the roof, and there was a black bust shape of a person, head and chest, leaning over the roof towards me. As I kept walking closer, it kept leaning further over like it was watching me. Anyway, I get to the door and I'm pointing up to the roof and telling him to look up because there's someone up there looking at me. He looks, and of course there is no one up there.
I'm getting a bit freaked out now because I have a super overactive imagination and this was peaking hard. Once inside and walking up the stairs, there were these porthole round windows leading all the way upstairs and I refused to look out. In our room, the curtains were open and I closed them straight away because I didn't want to look out. Surprisingly though, I slept really well. The next morning when we were leaving, I went outside and turned around to have a look at the roof where my friend was watching me the night before. There were tools and whatnot on the roof, as there must have been renovations happening, and there was a glass sliding door for access onto the roof. As this is the part that 100% convinces me that it was a ghost, the roof was made using corrugated metal roof sheeting, the kind that creaks and cracks and pops when any sort of weight is put on it. If a human person was on the roof, we would have heard them as clear as day. Plus, being nighttime, the sound would be 10 times as loud. I never had a great relationship with my youngest brother. He's 2 years younger than me. But one night we were sitting on the grass across the street from my mum's house. In front of us was the highway and nothing else. On this green area, in between the street and the highway, were some trees and some light poles, although half of them didn't work. I remember I was sitting there with my brother, having a nice conversation which wasn't that usual. And out of the blue, I felt that somebody was looking at me. So I turned to my right and there he was, in the darkness under a tree. I saw a man. He was wearing brown pants and a red shirt. There was something about the way he looked at us that terrified me. I told my brother, "Don't look, but there's a man under the tree and he's looking at us." He tried to act cool and in the most discreet way he could. He turned into that direction, but then he just stood looking that way. He got me nervous. "Don't look," I said. "No one's there." I thought maybe I mistook the tree for a man, so I looked with confidence and there he was, still looking at us. And by then, he noticed we were looking at him too. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't any of the neighbours. I told my brother that he was under the tree, wearing a red shirt, looking at us. By this time, my brother was starting to sound angry. He told me I was crazy. He didn't care anymore. He looked and pointed at the tree. No one's there. I couldn't keep my head up because every time I looked, the man was there. This is when things got interesting. My mum used to have this cat. She was the sweetest cat in the world. She was a lap cat, a people cat. She loved being held and pet. She loved us. The cat came running out of the house. She stopped in the middle of the street, looked at the direction where the man was standing and growled. Her fur got pointy, and she looked ready to attack. She then ran back into the house. Stopped in the middle of the yard and did that aggressive thing again. My brother and I looked at each other, got up and ran inside the house too. To this day, if you ask my brother about that night, he'll say he didn't see no man, but he saw the cat. I was walking to my room from the bathroom. Basically, the layout of my house is that this hall comes from the living room and ends with my bathroom. But on the right of the bathroom, looking down the hall, you have my room and the left my sister's. Now, the switch to the bathroom light is near the door on the same side as my sister's room, and I have to turn the light off to go to bed. So I start walking out of my bathroom and turn to make sure I hit the right switch. But my body is already halfway into the hallway. So for some reason, my mind tells me to look forward. So I turn my head and see a shadow like 2 inches from my stomach. So being sleep deprived, I just step back to not bump the shadow as it's moving. Bear in mind, it's about 5 a.m. and only me and my mum are home. My mum is asleep upstairs because, again, it's 5 a.m. Now, 5 a.m. me is stupid as hell. My mind doesn't even process what I'm looking at other than it looks like a downswing of a hand reaching out.
or a head turned so the eyes are parallel to the ground. I couldn't really tell you because fear was the only motion that set in, but apparently not quick enough because I turned to look back at the light switch for half a second. But one of those two is correct. The first thing that processed in my mind was, wait, no one's up. And I went to look at what the heck is so close to me. Because whatever it was, I know was human, looking. Because my mind went, there's a strange man right in front of you. So I tried to focus on it, and all I'm greeted with is my sister, who's not even home. Dark doorway, and I've decided I'm never leaving my room again. Ever. I can still hear stuff bumping around in my living room, but nobody is walking around. Like I know how that feels when the floorboards shift, and how it sounds, even when someone's trying to sneak around, and I can just hear things moving like chairs being shifted, and the gate at the bottom of the stairs latch being toyed with, and small scratches and coins rattling. Again, I have so many stories, but like we have to energy, cleanse our house at least 2 times a year, and I'm constantly cleansing my space because I have had problems in the past, almost like this, but not so close as to literally move out of the way thinking I was going to bump into someone. More like across the room having a staring contest with a shadow figure, or being grabbed by the waist on a couch at my dad's. But like something about actually processing it as a person in front of me really is scaring me more than like any of the other things. It was 2001, and the whole 6th grade class, about 60 kids at my school, had a week camping field trip in some redwoods a couple hours from our school. It was supposed to be a celebration for finishing elementary school. Basically, it was a week of swimming, hiking, crafts and adventure. It was great fun. On one of the last nights we were there, the camp aides took us on a night hike into the forest. There were about 5 to 10 camp counsellors and teachers with flashlights, and the students got little glow sticks to hold. We first gathered in a large soccer field to get directions and organise our group. It was very dark, and we could see all the stars in the sky. We were surrounded by thick, dark forest. As I marvelled at the nature around me, I saw something white flitting about my peripheral vision. I turned to see a strange, rapidly shifting white entity. It seemed like it was glitching, the way it was sort of blinking in and out of existence. It was almost pitch black outside, yet the figure seemed to be internally lit with sparks of energy. Thinking it was my eyes adjusting to the dark, seeing floaters or ocular debris, I rubbed my eyes and blinked. I looked straight at it, expecting it to disappear, but it didn't. It actually seemed to become aware of me looking at it, as it moved back into the trees a little further when I continued to watch it move about. When I looked away, I could still see it in the corner of my eye and start to come closer. It emerged from the perimeter of the forest. At first, it looked like a humanoid diaphanous figure. Then it morphed into a wolf-like figure running on all fours quickly. There was a good distance between me and this spirit, but I still was scared and felt sick to my stomach. I thought I was going crazy or something was wrong with my eyes at the time. I didn't believe in ghosts and had only a couple spooky encounters, like cabinets shutting randomly. Up until then, I always felt there was a logical explanation to everything. Anyway, we finally began our hike. My best friend was right next to me, but I told her nothing of this creepy-ass, shifting, transparent creature thing in the forest. The thought of her not being able to see it, or thinking I was crazy, was too much of a risk. To my relief, we turned away from the side of the forest where the thing was, and started to enter the forest on the opposite side. The trail was very steep. We hiked in a long line, with camp aides at the front, middle and back of our group. I was somewhere in the middle. After 15 minutes or so of hiking, I remember feeling a prickling sensation down my spine, and my stomach churned. I glanced behind me, and that's when I saw the forest thing, at the very back of the line, following us, or me. Although there was still a lot of kids in line separating me and the ghost, It was much closer than before, when I'd seen it in the woods by the field. It now had a distinctly humanoid form, although its edges seemed blurry and in still constant flux. It had no face, and if I stared at it directly, it would fade somewhat but not disappear. And like before, when looking at it peripherally, it became much more solid in form. I was scared shitless, but still said nothing to anyone. I decided my eyes were still tricking me. Once we got to the top of our destination, it was time to turn around. I saw the figure still hanging around the end of the line. The front of the line doubled back, and to my horror, I realised I would be forced to pass by the white figure. As soon as I got within 15 or 20 feet of the figure, it dissipated like steam or smoke right in front of me. I never saw it again. I didn't sleep that night in the open-air cabin and was very relieved that we were going home the next day. I had a very profound response this week. I was working on an experiment where I was generating white noise on my phone and turning the volume up loudly while filming with my Sony Handycam, as I used the phone as a sort of spirit box. Afterwards, I filter the recorded footage with the artificial intelligence software, and it removes the white noise and leaves the replies. Halfway through the session, I asked to hear heavenly music. I've asked 3 other times in the last 4 months, and they said they could play this music for us, but I never heard anything in the previous sessions. Again this time, the voice replied, "I can." A few minutes later, as I was about to end the session, the voice said, "Trying something new." Of course, I can't hear the voices in real time, as I have to filter it first. So I thanked them for their time and ended the session. I turned off the web page that was generating the white noise, and all of a sudden, a sound resonated from the phone that I can only describe as a clarion bell ringing out. At the time, I stopped and exclaimed, "Oh, is this the heavenly music I asked for?" It rang out for several seconds and then died out. I asked in awe, because the phone should not be making any sound at this point, "What is that sound?" The filtered response was the clearest of the session. God in heaven. I mean, that's pretty profound, don't you think? Some unknown being firstly communicates openly with me, from all of us to hear, and then proclaims we just heard God in heaven. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm not actually a very spiritual person. I had no paranormal experiences in my childhood, and I wouldn't consider myself physically gifted. However, my attitude changed during Corona. 2019 has been a very difficult year for me. I had hoped that things would get better in 2020 and pushed myself through the year with all my might. And then the pandemic came. I remember realizing that I just couldn't do it anymore because I didn't have enough strength. And then this presence entered my life. I could feel that sometimes someone was there to stand by my side. I was also able to communicate with this spirit. When I was feeling bad, he was there. This spirit also helped me in terms of personal growth, and more than once gave me a push in the right direction. Since I never really had anyone to really take care of me, my parents hardly had time for me since I grew up with a brother with health issues. I found it great to finally have a mentor of sorts, even though I couldn't see my mentor. However, I had learned early on that there was no such thing as free lunch. I began to wonder what that spirit had to gain from helping me. I got a name and a face to the spirit, but it isn't someone related to me. However, I have read on the internet about similar experiences with this person. Partly the things correspond one-to-one to what happened to me, first contact and the like. I even once stumbled across a pop song dedicated to this person, and I found myself in the lyrics. And then I found Reddit in this community. I read a few stories and kept coming across warnings about demons, and honestly, it scares me. How do I know now if the presence I feel sometimes really means well with me? What goal do demons pursue? Are there any warning signs that help me distinguish benign from malignant spirits? My dad passed away 15 years ago when I was 26. At the time, my now wife, girlfriend, and I had been together for 6 years, so she knew my dad well. He was only 52 when he died. It was horrible and tragic. My wife is 9 months pregnant with our first child. We started late and was due to give birth today by C-section. That's been postponed by now, but anyway. Last night, my wife and I were out walking our dog. During these times of COVID, we always cross the street rather than pass someone. But for some reason, when a man started walking towards us, neither of us moved across the street. I stressed this guy looked nothing like my dad. As he approached, we had this exchange. Man, that's a handsome dog. What's his name? Me. Stanley. He loves it when people make a fuss of him. The man then crouched and made a fuss of the dog, which he loved. Man, he's a good boy. Locks eyes with me. So were you. Me. Cheers. Man. Anyway, I've got to go. He nods towards my wife's very pregnant belly. Just wanted to let you know, everything's going to be fine. Be lucky. He then walked away singing Always Look on the Bright Side of Life from the Life of Brian. 2 things. Be lucky is something my dad used to say very often, and it's how he would end every phone call. It's a common expression in the part of London my dad was from. We now live in Manchester. I haven't heard anyone say it since leaving London. It's not a common expression here, and the man had a local accent. I think the last person I heard say that was my dad. Secondly, The Life of Brian was my dad's favourite film, and we played that song at the end of his funeral. As we walked away, my wife said, "Well, that's weird." I started saying something like, "Coincidences can be really funny sometimes." My wife stopped me and said, "Just take it, babe. Don't try to explain it." We haven't spoken about it since, though I still feel very emotional thinking about it. This happened in 2011. My significant other and I had just moved to a new house. A house that I never liked, but he rented anyway. It was cheap. This house was the horrible vibe, like a haunted house. And I don't know if it's because I was overthinking things, or if what happened actually happened. One night, my significant other was downstairs watching TV, and I was upstairs taking a nap. At this point, it's important for me to explain that I suffer from sleep paralysis. And the way sleep paralysis works is that once your brain wakes up, your body is still affected by the sleep. And it takes maybe a minute or two to go away, but it feels like an hour. And if you panic during that time, you can suffer from hallucinations. Back to the story. I was taking a nap, and when I woke up, I couldn't move. I tried to keep it cool and breathe deep, but I saw a shadow over the door getting close to my feet. I tried screaming for help, but my mouth didn't open, and I could feel a hand touching me, and then I was free to move again. When I sat there was no one in the room. I got up to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, there was that shadow on the shower. I screamed. My significant other asked me if I was okay, and I said yes, because it was a shame I thought everything was on my head. The thing is, I had a lot of weird experiences in that house. It wasn't in my head. Anyway, we moved out in 2019, and this house seems okay. This happened some years after that. We lived in this ugly house from 2011 to 2019. It was 2013 or 14, I don't remember, when we got help for the house. A woman, cleaned the house 3 times a week. O used to tell me she listened to people walking upstairs when she was supposed to be alone in the house, or that she saw someone walking by the garden. We had a Doberman and a pit bull at the time. When she was supposed to be alone, it kind of became a joke to my significant other and I, and we named this ghost Louie. Every time something weird happened, we just said, "Oh, it was Louie. No worries." It was a way to cope with the fear, I guess. Some of the things that happened in the house actually have an explanation. For example, I was learning to play the guitar, acoustic, and in that summer we started to hear the guitar playing in the middle of the night. The guitar was in the spare bedroom with a lot of things that we didn't use often, and that bedroom was across the hall from our bedroom. One night, I got up, and when I saw the guitar playing by itself, I went there and waited for a few minutes, and nothing. And when I returned, I heard it. So I turned again, and I saw the window's blinds hitting the nightstand because the window was open and the wind moved the blinds. That was it. That was the noise. But there's another thing I can't explain. One night, we were in bed, and I was having trouble falling asleep. A thing that seems to help me is to rub my feet one against the other. It relaxes me a lot. So I was doing that for a few minutes until somebody grabbed my foot. I clearly felt the fingers touching me. I jumped on the bed and woke up my significant other. He laughed and said it probably was a bad dream. On another occasion, he fell asleep facing me with his back to the wall, and I was on my phone with my back to him. Suddenly, he jumped and asked me why I had woken him up. I said I didn't, and he said I gave him a tap on the back. Well, it wasn't me. It was Louie. I don't know if Louie was real, or it was the house that was creepy and had us on the edge. But if he was real, he was a nice guy. Nothing really bad ever happened to us there. If something, he made our lives more exciting and gave us stories to share in the night. I was born in Washington, D.C., and lived in an old home in a neighborhood near an area called Mount Pleasant. My parents were renting the basement to a couple who recently came to this country, and their 3 small girls. I was a small child, so I'm remembering the story as it was told by my mother and sister, both now deceased. The story I'm about to tell happened in 1961. One day, the father was supposed to be watching the 3 girls while the mother was at work, and left them unattended while he ran an errand. The eldest girl started a fire, and both the basement and part of the first floor became engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, the 3 girls were killed, and the house sustained enough damage to force my family out until repairs could be made. My parents were working when the fire broke out, and my sister and brother were at the movies. I was being taken care of by my godmother at her house. The house was ultimately repaired, and we moved back in, living there another 3 years before my parents sold it and moved to the suburbs. Years later, I remember my mother telling us a story about the weird occurrences that went on just days prior to the fire. She said that for 3 straight nights before the fire, there was a knocking on our front door during the evening. The weird part was that the screen door was locked, so it would have been impossible for someone to knock on the door itself. My mother and sister also claimed that they remember something knocking on their bedroom doors at night, again for 3 days before the fire. My mother was a very religious woman from Mexico and firmly believed in the paranormal, as did my sister. When I was 4, right before we moved out of the house, my sister, brother and family friend and myself were home one night when scraping noises could be heard coming from downstairs. It sounded like the furniture was being pushed around on the concrete floor. By this time, there was no one living in the basement. The noises became very loud, and we all went running, screaming and crying upstairs. My sister called our neighbour and he called the police. After the basement was searched and nothing out of the ordinary found, everyone left. My sister also said she remembers hearing the laughter of small children when she'd be ironing downstairs. And my dad said He would often get blasts of cold air shooting through him when he was in his workshop down there. We moved out in 1965 and the house is still there. The neighbourhood has gone through a huge transformation, and we've always wondered if those little girls are still there or have finally found peace. First, cemeteries. From my experience, most cemeteries are not haunted by human spirits. I'm usually calm at cemeteries. The only things I have ever noticed in these places are things I could only describe as cryptids. I felt and saw something at a cemetery I can only describe as a goblin of sorts. It had the same feel as a paranormal entity, but was absolutely not human. It's hard to describe that one. From my experience, cemeteries attract non-human entities. Usually, they're benevolent and just linger there for some reason. Morgues are another example of places people assume have spirits. I used to work in a museum that had been a funeral home in the past. The museum was very haunted, but not because it was a funeral home. The spirits there were all either linked to the building originally being a home, or linked to items in the home. There was a great spirit in the embalming room, but she was the owner of the home before it was a funeral home. She died in the basement after suffering a stroke. She stayed in that room and hated when we called it the embalming room. When I was a guide, I would straight up tell people, they call this the embalming room, but please don't call it that. There's a spirit here. Her name is Mrs. The name would give away the location, so I'm not including it. Please call it Mrs. Room, or even her room, out of respect for her. Hospitals are a strange case. Typically, spirits linger where they died, but hospitals have such a horrid energy to begin with that it's almost impossible for me to actually find spirits in hospitals, especially ones still in use. I've never seen a spirit in a hospital. I think they have the potential to be haunted, but I've never experienced anything paranormal in a hospital. Places I've learned are frequently haunted are historical museums. Spirits can attach to things from their past, so when one of those things ends up in a museum, the spirit follows. The museum I worked in had 3 human spirits and a non-human entity. From what I've learned, spirits either stay where they died, follow people they cared about, or attach onto something they valued in life. This is why cemeteries and morgues are usually not haunted. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm in the process of getting a camera to make a YouTube channel about being a medium, and I'm working on a book about it as well. If you have any questions about me being a medium, feel free to ask. I'll go ahead and say, mediums are different from psychics. I have to be in the same building as the spirits to interact with it. I cannot call on spirits, and I do not have psychic abilities. About 8 or 9 years ago when I was younger, me and my friend went to a hangout at a park close to his house. No one else was there. Only me and him, and this was my first time being there. There was a small pond, a baseball diamond with a fence, a playground, and it was all surrounded by deep woods. We live in eastern United States. We decided it would be fun to get giant branches and draw stuff in the baseball diamond. Afterwards, we would bang the fence around it for a couple minutes straight, and it was pretty loud from what I can remember. We then heard wind, but not usual wind, but the sound of wind gusting through the forest behind the pond. This was during summer, if I remember correctly, and there was a lot of foliage, so it was hard to see into the woods clearly. We then heard something big, like horse-sized big, but fast, running through the woods right behind the pond, but along it like it was running around it. I saw a big white creature, seeming to be 7 to 8 feet tall and probably weighing at least 300 pounds. It sounded like a horse running, but lighter. It was super fast. I saw it through the pond weeds. It seemed to have fur, but I couldn't see its legs, head, or if it had a tail, or if there were too many trees and plants in the way. We dropped our sticks and ran to his house, which was in yelling distance, terrified. We told his family. Of course, they didn't believe us. I haven't talked to him in years and just messaged him to see if he remembers. As for the dream I had last night, I was buying old rare artifacts and art from this guy, who showed me this opal slate. I picked it up and said, "Hey, this is my birthstone as I'm born in October." I saw what appeared to be a wolf engraved on each side, but he said it was a Wendigo. I took a closer look, and it looked like a giant skinny pure white wolf, but with a weird shape, elongated head. Scary looking really, and that was the dream. If you Google Wendigo, you will see exactly the creature I saw in the dream, but without the antlers. Like, spot on, but all white. So was I saw that day a Wendigo? Did we summon a Wendigo? Does anyone know anything about this creature or myth/folklore? I didn't see the head or behind as a kid I mentioned, so it could have had antlers and a tail. Any thoughts or insight would be greatly appreciated. I moved into a new house with my family 2 years ago. As soon as I walked in, I felt strange. Like something wasn't right, but I didn't pay attention to it. The first 4 months in the new house passed without anything strange happening. Then all of a sudden, one day, strange things started happening in the house. That same day, my dog started crying for no reason. The iron door of the boiler room in my garden fell off, but it was perfectly sealed. The TV was switching on and off by itself. The lights would turn off without reason. Things started getting scary when I went out of my house into the garden, and I saw a broken bucket full of water. There was a large crack in the bucket surface, but something was holding the water like it was in an intact bucket. As soon as I started staring at it, the water poured out of the bucket through the crack. Since that day, strange things started happening every day. Bottles of wine opening by themselves, doors and windows closing and opening, and their handles rotating as if a person was doing it. I told my story to a friend, and she introduced me to a friend of hers that was really into this sort of thing. I borrowed an EMF meter and a device that translates EVPs to real words from him, and I waited for the right time to use them. Later that day, I turned off the electricity in my house and I went in every room of my house with the EMF meter. When I entered my bedroom, it rose up to the max level. I turned on the EVP translator and I said, "If you are here, touch this device," pointing at the EMF meter. 1 second later, it rose up to max level again. So I started talking and the words that showed up on the EVP translator were always correct responses to my questions, never a word without context. So this ghost told me that she's female, that she likes my dog, and that she's interested in knowing me. I stopped talking to her when my mom walked in the room. Since that day, I felt this ghost was following me all day and trying to get my attention by dropping objects that I was watching, causing me to get so scared she would only go away when I was with someone else. She knew that I knew she was there, and she exists, so she was searching for my company. I saw a deodorant bottle falling off a shelf in 2 movements. First it moved close to the border, then stopped, and then it fell off the shelf, so I was sure these events weren't natural. When I was alone, I always felt that she was with me, and every time I felt a strong sense of sadness coming from her. I don't know how to explain this properly. It was like she was really, really sad and was transmitting her sadness to me. I started ignoring her because I was so scared, and she started to try to get my attention more and more. First, I started seeing shadows and movements with the corner of my eye when I walked alone in the house. Then one day, I saw her shadow on the wall. It was so real that I thought my mom or my sister entered the room. But when I turned my head, I saw that no one was there with me, and only in that moment I realized it was her shadow. I saw her shadow almost every day until 4 days ago, when I left my parents' house and moved to a new city to go to college. She was appearing to me in a more clear way every day, so I think that if I moved out 1 or 2 weeks later, I would have seen her directly somehow. Something weird happens in my house every day. Unopened wine bottles open, the metal door of the boiler container slams on the ground even if it was perfectly sealed, chairs falling out of the blue. We learned to live with these events because they started happening 5 months ago. I also have a 6-month-old dog that lives in the house's garden. When he was a puppy, sometimes he started crying and staring at something that wasn't there. Now he's grown up, and he still sees something but he doesn't cry anymore. When he sees it, he tries to get me in the house and barks at me if I try to go outside. He wants me to stay in the house. Then he goes where he saw something and stays there for 5 to 10 minutes. Then he comes back and he lets me know that it's all safe and that I can go outside now. I've never seen what he does in those 10 minutes because as soon as he hears me going outside, he comes back to get me in. The other day, my father went outside the house and saw a bucket full of water. He used that bucket 1 hour earlier and it didn't rain, so there was no explanation for the water. He stared at the bucket for 2 seconds and then it literally exploded in front of him. He also told me that he always had a weird feeling when he goes to the bathroom at night. He feels that someone is watching him. Only my father has these strange feelings, and the weird stuff happens only in front of him. We moved to this house 9 months ago. I lived in the suburbs of a small town in Italy till I was 19. Near my house, there's a dirt road that leads to a small wood. I went to the woods with my friends a lot when I was a kid, to play, explore the woods and stuff like that. Before entering the woods on the side of the dirt road, there's an unfinished house and going forward, there's a country house built far from the road, accessible via a small path. I first saw the orb when I was 12 or 13 years old, and I was going to the wood on bicycles with my friends. We decided to stop and explore the unfinished house on the side of the road, so we went inside, but there was nothing interesting. Just an empty house, and we decided to leave. Before going out of the house, I noticed some stairs that were leading to the first floor. My friends were already on the road, ready to go except for one of them that was still in the house with me. I asked him to wait for me as I was going upstairs to see what was there. I was a little scared because the first floor was dark, but I decided to go there anyway. I took 2 steps and I saw something on the last step. It was a new bouquet. It looked like someone brought it the same day and decided to dump it there. At that point, I was very scared and unsure to move forward. I took 2 to 3 more steps and I was able to see a room on the right. Inside the room there was the orb, a small white orb with a light inside floating, but it wasn't a normal LED light. The light wasn't propagating. It wasn't enlightening anything. It was contained in this small orb that wasn't moving at all. I ran downstairs and outside as soon as I saw it, and never talked to it about my friends fearing that they could have made fun for me. Time passed and I forgot about that event. When I was 15, I started smoking weed, so I usually went to the woods alone to smoke in peace. Nothing ever happened in the woods, so it didn't scare me, even though the house did. So every time I went to the woods, I ran when I was passing by the house, and then forgot about it. But someday I decided to explore the country house. I was high and taking everything very lightly, so I went into the house from the front door. It was another empty house. The windows were open, so it wasn't even dark. But one room wasn't like the others. It's the room with the big door that you can see on the side of the country house. The floor and the walls in that room were burned and totally black. There was a gas tank on the floor with some gasoline still inside. And on one wall, there was a small opening leading to a very little and totally dark room, like 5 by 1.5 meters. This little room was also burned, and on the ground there were a pair of children's shoes. Suddenly, the fear comes in, but it was nothing compared to the one I felt when I looked outside. In the middle of the countryside, between the country house and the abandoned one, there was the same orb that I saw years before. I've never ran faster than I did then in my life. Until a year ago, when I was 18. I was hanging out on a summer night with 2 friends of mine. We were bored, so we decided to go into the woods that night. I started to be very scared, and my friends started making fun of me. But I wasn't scared of the darkness. I was scared of the orb. We parked the car at the end of the paved road and decided to walk the rest of the way. We passed by the abandoned house, and it was there. It was the orb standing in the middle of the countryside. It was the first time I saw it at night, and it was different because it wasn't just a circular light. Behind the light, there was the silhouette of a child. I couldn't see the face or the rest of the body, just a white, thin silhouette. And this time my friends saw it too, because they started to run, and so did I. I don't live there anymore. Got a high school degree and went to university in a big city. But if I was there, I would have taken pics to show you the house, the burned room, the shoes and everything. If anyone lives near there and wants to go check, you'll see exactly what I described. I've had trouble sleeping since then, and that orb haunts my dreams and my life.
This happened 9 years ago, when I was just a 13-year-old kid. Before I tell you what happened, you need to understand the layout of my former house. We moved out. Imagine the letter T and the inverted version of it. Then join them together at the vertical line. The vertical line is the hallway, and there are 2 rooms at the top facing each other. At the bottom, there's 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom facing each other, and there's my room between them facing the hallway. I always had a sleeping problem, so I was wide awake at 3 a.m. I was watching the dark hallway like I usually do when I couldn't sleep. But on that particular night, I was more restless and felt like something was very wrong. The feeling of uneasiness sat in the pit of my stomach. It was like I was waiting for something horrifying to happen, and it was inevitable. Whilst my unease was getting stronger and stronger, and I could feel pain stemming from dread, I suddenly saw my mom walking out of the bedroom and towards the bathroom area. I was overcome with relief. I even heard the noise of the bathroom door handle. It was old and loose, so it made a jingling sound. I got up and out of the bed to talk to her so that I could calm down. But when I walked past the door frame and saw that the bathroom area was completely empty, I was frozen in place. Words can't even describe the horror I felt. I had goosebumps all over my body. I also felt like cold water was splashed down my head. I stood there, unable to turn my back to the dark hallway, and glanced at the bedroom. My mum and dad were sleeping peacefully, unaware of what just happened to me. Somehow, I found the strength to walk back to my bed, got under the covers while shaking from fear. I don't remember falling asleep. Maybe I passed out from fear. Even to this day, even after 9 years, I'm sure that I saw was identical to my mom. Her curly and shiny black hair was what made me feel sure it was my mom. What I failed to realise was that my mom didn't have a completely white set of pyjamas, and that thing was wearing it. As I've said at the beginning, this is just one of the many things that happened to me in that house, and it's not limited to that place. It's like something always followed me. Even my sister witnessed it happening 2 or 3 times. I have no idea though. So this happened when I was in elementary school, probably in the 1st or 2nd grade. We lived in a 2-story house, and most of the bedrooms and kitchen were on top floor. The bedroom in question was at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor. It was the kids' playroom. It had some toys and a game console. I always had an eerie feeling whenever I went in that room, But at the time, I was afraid of the dark, so I didn't think anything of it. After long enough of playing there, I could kind of ignore it, but didn't really like being in there alone, or with the lights off. One evening I fell asleep there, and I don't know why, because I normally don't stay there when my siblings leave. I might have been playing the PlayStation. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, and looking around, and I noticed something waving in the window. There was what I thought was this blanket with a weird pattern on it, slowly, ethereally, waving, covering the whole outside of the window. It was waving too slow to be the wind, like it was in slow motion. Being on the second floor, there was nothing outside that window, and because of a big yard, there weren't trees near the house. I ran straight to my room and jumped under the covers. I woke up the next day in my room, and when it was light out, I went to see if the blanket thing was still there, and it wasn't. And there wasn't anything I thought it could be when I looked outside. I avoided going in that room for the following week or so, and eventually I just asked to move the PlayStation into my room, since I was the only one who really used it at that point. Has anyone heard of anything like this? This happened to me about 10 years ago. At the time, I lived in an apartment with my mom and one of my older sisters. One day, my sister arrived home with a gift from a friend who went to visit Cuba. The gift were 3 ceramic dolls that resembled traditional African women. At the time, I used to use my laptop in the living room because the internet was wired. I started to hear a doorknob every night. The sound was like if someone was trying to open a door, but the door was locked. After a week of hearing this sound every night, I went to the hallway, turned the lights on, and stay there to see where the sound comes from. When the knob of my mom's room started to move, I didn't understand why she was doing this every night and never said anything. With the knob still moving, I opened the door and my mom was on her bed and asked me why I kept doing that every night. I was shocked. I just closed the door and went to sleep. The next thing that started to happen was that while I was sleeping, I felt like someone or something was sitting on the opposite side of my bed. The weight was so great that I had to make an effort to avoid rolling to the other side of the bed. When this happened, I was so scared that I just pretended to be asleep until everything went back to normal. This happened for weeks every night. Then it started to intensify. My bed began to shake from right to left violently. It was as if that thing wanted me to wake up. But being petrified of fear, I just wrapped myself up completely and started to pray that everything would stop. Then, the sleep paralysis began. That had never happened to me before. My body simply stopped responding to my orders and my mind was fully awake. At that moment, I began to feel something approaching me. My body began to vibrate as that comes close to me, and I felt like he or it was resting on top of me. Literally what I felt is that he or it wanted to possess my body. The only thing I could do was pray, without stopping for a second. It usually stopped after what for me was about 5 minutes. This happened for months, and I never had the courage to seek help. Who would believe that some paranormal entity was trying to possess my body every night? I investigated on my own the protection prayers that I could use, and memorized them. This was wearing me out physically and emotionally. I couldn't sleep, and I felt that when that thing was getting closer to me, I never associated any of this with the dolls that my sister had given me. Until one day, I was so tired and upset with the situation that I was filled with anger, and when the sleep paralysis ended, I sat on my bed and opened my eyes. At that moment, I saw a tall shadow in the shape of a man and without any facial expression walking in front of my bed. I just thought of yelling at him to get out of my house, but when I opened my mouth, all I did was yell. I don't know how my mother and sister didn't wake up. When I yelled, that thing stopped. He turned to look at me and then continued walking and left the room. After that, my fear changed to anger, and in my room, I talked to that and told him that I wasn't going to allow him to possess me, and that this was my house, After that, the encounters and paralysis began to decrease, until one day, everything suddenly stopped. I didn't understand why everything stopped until a couple of years later. Note, my sister felt something wrong about the dolls and threw them away, but that didn't stop the occurrences. After like 2 years, I was talking with my other sister. I have two sisters. One used to live with me when all this happened, and the other lives in a different house with her daughter. I started to tell her what happened to me with this presence, when she stopped me and told me that the same thing happened to her and my niece. Well, this is what happened. My niece, 3 years old at the time, started to have nightmares and told my sister that the black man didn't let her sleep. My sister thought it was just my niece's imagination and didn't think much about it, until she saw it herself. She called a friend who has a gift, and she told her that a doll in the house was the problem. She was going to dump the doll, but the housekeeper told my sister that she wanted the doll for her daughter. My sister warned her about what was happening with the doll, but she said that she didn't believe in such things. Well, long story short, her daughter started seeing the same black figure, and they ended up burning the doll and throwing the remaining ashes to the river. Everything suddenly stopped because my niece took the doll to her house, and that presence arrived from Cuba in the two African figures and attached itself to that Raggedy Ann doll. Ever since I was in my late teens, I'm 30 now, people who have wronged me have either died or had terrible lives. Now, these people are only people that have victimized me. If I have a grudge with someone, but our relationship isn't friendly because we both wronged each other, nothing happens to those people. But if the person has wronged me, or I can see that the world is better off without that person, they die in a strange, untimely way. Examples: Celeste, a 20-something-year-old girl, spread rumours about me in high school, died of an overdose. Matt was trying to sexually assault a drunk friend of mine when we were 14, and I had to punch him in the kidney to get him off her. Dead at 18, drug overdose. Ryan, a compulsive liar. We couldn't stand each other. Dead at 26, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Alex stole my dad's beer when I had a party, took advantage of younger girls and stole things from people constantly. Dead, 19, drug overdose. Mike, compulsive liar, total leech on his family's finances and emotions. Dead, 27, drug overdose. Mike's girlfriend Nikki, 4 years before she ever met Mike, messaged me on Facebook offering to give me a blowjob for $20 so she could pay her court fees. Knowing she was a drug addict, I offered to take the day off work, drive her to court and pay her court fees. She never responded. Dead, 30, drug overdose. Nick was a mean guy to some people, big and intimidating. Didn't do anything to me personally, but I just had a feeling the world would be better off without him. Dead, 34, stabbed in the chest at a bar by a rival biker gang. John, compulsive liar, user of most of his friends. Blew his eyeball out with a mortar at a 4th of July party. There are more. I just can't think of them at the moment. A lot more. It happens so often most of the time, I forget about it. I've had other strange experiences happen to me also, where I guess things about people almost as a joke. One time, on the way to a party, me and my girlfriend were poking fun at her friend Terry because he's an overly enthusiastic fireman who drinks and drives too often. At the party, a guy I never met before in a town I rarely visit had a broken leg. I said to the guy, "Hey buddy, not to be rude, but how did you break your leg?" He told me he was trying to stop his firefighter friend from drinking and driving and stepped in a pothole. As a joke, I looked at my girlfriend and said, "Oh, was his name Terry?" His face went pure white and he said, yeah? Why are you asking me if someone already told you?" My girlfriend had to walk away. She was so startled. Terry was not at the party. I don't know why this happens. I don't wish these things on people. Most of the time it happens, I haven't thought about the person in years, and I don't usually find out about their death until months later. To many people, keeping your arms and legs under the blankets keeps the monsters under your bed. To many, sleeping with your back to a wall keeps the monsters inside the closet. Sometimes, though, the monsters don't follow the rules. I was about 9 years old when this tale began. My sister and I were still sharing a bedroom. We each had a twin-sized bed. Mine was in the southwest corner, next to the closet and just across from the door. My sister was in the opposite corner of mine. Both our beds pointed towards the door. Our house was a typical 60s style house. 2 floors and a basement with dark wood panelling on the walls. The top floor had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. My parents' bedroom had a walk-in closet and a larger bathroom. The other 2 closets had the sliding doors and not much room inside them. My sister and I shared the bathroom in the upstairs hallway as well. As most children do, we feared the utility room in the basement. Sometimes we'd hear creaking from the furnace or creaking in the walls, and our first thought was ghosts. Most of the time, that's all it was, just a creaky old house. Until one time, it wasn't. This night was just like any other. I've always had trouble falling asleep as a kid. I still do. My sister and I slept with our bedroom door open. The bathroom we shared was just around the corner in our short hallway. I was laying there on my bed, looking at the ceiling, telling myself stories until I fell asleep, as I had every night before this one. And then I heard something rooting around in the bathroom's trash can. I knew it wasn't Diamond, our blonde Shih Tzu. Even at that age, I knew she was too proud of a dog to root around in children's trash. I lay there, wondering what it could be, my imagination running wild about the ghosts we believed live in our basement. The next morning, I told my parents and my sister what I had heard. Of course, they all dismissed it as the dog in the trash, even though we all knew better. It happened several more times over the following few weeks. Each time, I'd tell my parents and my sister. Each time, my parents would dismiss it as our proud Shih Tzu. My sister, only 8 at the time, became less and less convinced that it was the dog. Perhaps my arguments that Diamond never had any interest in trash during the day were starting to make sense to her. Now, this part is something that I have repressed. My sister claims that one night, I decided to get up and find out what it was that was digging through our trash can. I never described it to her, but I had told her I was going to look at it, and declared the next morning that it was not, in fact, our proud little Shih Tzu. This was again met with, "Oh, it's just your imagination," from our parents, and my sister and I let it go. After all, it never caused us any harm, except for scaring me so much that I can no longer recall going into the bathroom that night. The bathroom creature continued to snuffle around in there irregularly for the next few weeks. During this time, my parents decided to repaint our room using a technique they saw on HGTV. They let us pick the colours. I chose purple, and my sister chose a reddish pink colour. The technique was going to take a couple days for my parents to finish. So we helped them move our dressers, nightstands and bookcase out of our bedroom and into the spare room. We took apart the bed frames and moved them into the spare room too. The only pieces of furniture left were the Guinea's pig stands and our mattresses, which we made up with blankets to sleep on for the time being. My parents started painting. First, they primed it. Then, they let that dry air out so my sister and I could sleep safely for the night. The next day, they started using a sponge to apply the pink and purple colours my sister and I had chosen, in artful flowers reminiscent of Monet, all over the walls, one wall at a time. Each afternoon, they would open the windows and turn on the fans to get rid of the paint fumes. They'd move our mattresses back into place, and we would go to bed. It took several days for it to be completed. The second to last night, my sister and I were supposed to sleep on our mattresses. We were both a little sad that we only had a couple nights left to do this. The novelty of our current sleeping arrangements hadn't worn off yet. We went off to bed, and I once again found myself laying there, unable to think, trying to tell myself stories and count sheep. A couple hours passed. I heard my parents come up the stairs and go to their room for the night. I could see the light of their TV bouncing off the walls of the hallway. Diamond the Shih Tzu decided to sleep with us for the night and came into our room, jumping onto my sister's mattress opposite mine. Another hour passed. My parents turned their TV off. I sighed as I rolled onto my left side, putting my back to the small gap between my mattress and the wall. I looked out the window at the neighbour's house and remembered all the times they would let us see their pool. I started hearing a slight clicking sound coming from downstairs. This was new. It was as if someone was tapping a pen on the hardwood floors in the kitchen. I ignored it. Never heard of it before, but it was an old house. It creaked. Several more hours passed. This was going to be another sleepless night. I considered getting up and having my mom make me warm milk again, but I never got the chance. There was a snort behind her, between my back and the wall. Instinct took over and my body froze in place. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and I felt goosebumps on my folded arms. I faced the room, my back to the wall. There was a small gap, maybe a foot at most, between my mattress and the wall. And something was now occupying that gap, near the top of the mattress. It continued snorting like a warthog. I could hear it sniffing our carpet and snorting as it sniffed my mattress. I felt it nudge the mattress with its nose. I didn't dare move. This was definitely not our little Shih Tzu. Whatever it was made its way down the hall towards our open bedroom door. I thought maybe it would leave. Maybe it would go back into the bathroom and go away. I prayed it would. I feared it could hear my heart pounding in my chest and would eat me. It got to the end of my mattress, but it didn't go through the open door. No. Instead it turned, and at the end of my mattress suddenly compressed under the weight. I pulled my feet towards my chest, away from the thing, terrified of touching it. I felt it sniff the mattress with whatever it used as a nose, snorting the whole time. It got to the end of my mattress, but it didn't go through the open door. No. Instead, it turned. And the end of the mattress suddenly compressed under a weight. I pulled my feet towards my chest, away from the thing, terrified of it touching me. I felt a sniff with the mattress with whatever it used as a nose, snorting the whole time. Slowly, it pulled itself up onto the mattress, closer to me. I couldn't pull my feet any closer to my head. I started breathing heavily, fearing that this was the end. But then it pulled away. It smoothly slid off the mattress, and I heard the snorting fade as it left our room. I don't know where it went. I didn't get us to follow it. Soon, the clicking noise started up again in our kitchen below us. I could hear it reverberating up our stairwell. I told my family the next day. To my exasperation, I was met with the same indifference as before. But my sister stopped eating her breakfast and just stared at me, her blue eyes wide in her freckled face. She chimed in that she had heard snorting last night too, but thought she was dreaming. The next night came. My sister and I settled into our beds, wondering what fresh horror tonight would bring. We both lay there, awake. Our parents came up to bed an hour after we did. We could see the glow of their TV bouncing down the short hallway. A couple hours later, they turned their TV set off. Diamond came into our room to sleep with us. I heard her soft tail as she jumped onto my sister's mattress. "Are you awake?" I whispered into the darkness. "Yeah," came the reply. We waited for what felt like an eternity. But eventually, I heard it clicking noises downstairs, as if someone was tapping a plastic pen against our hardwood floor in the kitchen. Then my body froze again. My hair stood up again. I lay facing the room, and it was behind me again. This time, it wasn't snorting so loudly, but it sniffed my mattress, sniffed the wall, sniffed the carpet. Without the snorting, I could hear something heavy sliding across the carpeted floor, between my mattress and the wall. It reached the end of my mattress, and I felt it pushing at the corner with its nose. "Reese," I hissed at my sister. She didn't answer. I whispered towards the mattress and very slowly propped my head into my hand. I glanced at the foot of my bed. It was dark, but with the headlights in the hallway and from the street lamp outside of the window, I could see a large black snake-like mass slithering around my mattress, towards the centre of the room. It stopped and lifted its head up, much like a cobra would, and the pointed part of its head was pointed towards the guinea pig cage. "Reese," I whispered loudly. "Yeah," came a faint reply. "Do you see it?" "Yeah," she whispered again. "What?" I began to speak in a normal voice, no longer whispering. But that was a mistake. The creature slammed itself into my sister's mattress, lifting up one corner and pushing it and its occupants into the wall nearest them. The dog took off. How she got past that thing, I'll never know. We started screaming for our parents. I didn't know what they would do about these giant spirit cobra that we had had for at least months. At least they saw it too. They'd know if I'd been telling the truth. The creature suddenly was gone. We don't know what happened to it, but we believe it went into our closet. My parents turned on our light, saw my sister's mattress in disarray, one end towards the wall. We started telling them what happened. They looked over my sister and found a red mark on her shoulder where she hit the wall. They looked for the dog and found her trembling under the bed. The thing never came back to our room, but over the next few weeks, I could hear it rooting around in our trash can at night. That slowly stopped. And then I heard it clicking something on the hardwood floors for years after that. We never saw it again, but I knew it never left. I reconstructed the story from interviewing my sister and my parents. I've actually repressed part of this, and she's repressed others. Everything you just read is true. I spent the next 20 years trying to figure out what was going on, but alas, Google has failed me, and our story seems to be unique. So now I ask you for help. Has anyone heard of anything like this before? Is this some sort of cryptid, interdimensional being, or a ghost? In summer of 2008, I moved into a communal living house in Lawrence, Kansas, named the Sunflower House. In this order, the house had been a Civil War hospital, the first hospital in Lawrence, a nursing home, and finally a communal living house. After being there for a month or so, I began feeling uneasy at night and started reading my Bible before bed. I'm not sure why, it just seemed like the thing to do. A few nights after beginning this, I was asleep, when I slowly awoke to a pressure on my chest, making me unable to move. There was something whispering seemingly in both ears at once. It took a little time to come to my senses and understand what it was saying. It was telling me things like, "You're worthless, you'll never be anything, no one loves you," etc., etc., with much more profanity. I was now conscious but unable to open my eyes. I'm not sure how long this was happening before I shouted, "Get the fuck off me," while simultaneously jumping out of the bed. There was an entity hovering around 3 feet in front of me, about 5 feet off the ground. It was spherical, maybe the size of a basketball with eyes all over it. I would compare it to Beholder in D&D, or the eyeball monster in Big Trouble in Little China. In a state of shock and anger, I lunged at the entity thinking I was going to beat its ass. It shot through my bedroom door with me on its tail. As I popped out into the hallway, it was zipping away, roughly about 15 to 20 feet in front of me. It made a sharp left into our bathroom, the door slamming behind it. About this time it dawned on me, what the fuck was that? I found myself standing in the hallway in nothing but my underwear, somewhere in the middle of the witching hour. Scared and bewildered, I thought it best not to investigate the bathroom and went back to my room, falling back asleep maybe 45 minutes later. The next day, I asked my neighbour if he heard anything. He said, "You made a little ruckus early in the morning." I don't recall if I told about the ghost or not. I moved out maybe a month or two afterwards. Strangely, I never worried about it after that night. I felt like I scared the shit out of that thing, and it wasn't coming back. I'm not preaching, but I think rolling with JC straight shut it down. I also wonder if I imagined it. I'm sure I was blazed. I've seen some things here and there, but that thing took the cake. Has anyone else encountered an eyeball monster or scared a spirit? So this happened when I was roughly 10 years old or so. The house I grew up in had some type of strange energy to it. And every so often, things would happen there. This is something that I still think about every so often, as it's just really strange to me, and I can't explain it myself. I had an iDog. If you don't know what they are, they're these little electronic speakers that resemble a dog. You could plug your MP3 player into it and it would dance to your music, and the face would light up different colours, and it would bark. And to turn it on or activate it, you pushed its nose. It was really cute, but it only entertained me for so long. I had had it for years, and it was collecting dust on my windowsill. I hadn't played with it or turned it on in years either. I honestly thought the batteries were no good by then either. Me and my brother, who must have been around 7 at the time, were in my bedroom watching YouTube on my laptop. Across the room from the dog in question, and not in reach at all. I believe we were watching scary videos, so the vibe in the room was already spooky. All of a sudden, my dog starts barking and moving its head around, as if somebody had just pressed the button on its nose to turn it on. I remember me and my brother just looking at each other with horrified expressions, and the next thing I knew, we were zooming out of the room without looking back. I didn't go back to my room for a few days after that because nope. I still to this day don't have an explanation for it, because even if my brother had messed with it prior for some reason, I would definitely have noticed it moving and barking beforehand, and it wouldn't have just randomly started up the way it did. This happened the summer before I started 7th grade and middle school. Now I'm 29. I remember this pretty well because in the first week of 7th grade, we were asked to write anything about our summer vacation for a writing prompt. So I wrote about my weird encounter. My best friend had just spent the night, and it was now the morning after. My dad had left earlier that morning to go to work, middle of work week. And my brother was still over at his friend's house from the previous night. It was just me and my friend that morning, but she had to leave early for a swim meet, so it would just be chilling all day by myself. I was chilling on the couch in the living room, watching Newlyweds on NTV, while my friend was changing into her swimsuit. She lived down the street, so her mom was there to pick her up right after she changed. This now left me alone in the house. I continued watching Newlyweds while sitting on the couch in my PJs, one of my dad's giant t-shirts, when the TV started changing channels. I immediately looked down at the remote, thinking I'd somehow hit a button, but I hadn't. The TV was still changing channels while I was holding the remote. I'm now thinking to myself, well, fine. I wasn't really enjoying this show anyways, and was thinking I'd read a book instead. I'm sitting there thinking this to myself when a loud banging noise pretty much erupted right through the wall next to me, banging really loud over and over. At this point, I'm ready to leave the house immediately and walk to my mom's house, but I'm still wearing only a giant t-shirt. I start walking towards my room feeling sketched out when I hear a door slam. As I'm walking down the hallway, I see it must have been my bedroom door. Trying to be logical, I figured it must be a weird airflow kind of thing, but still wanted to get out of the house ASAP. I reach my bedroom door and try to open it, but it's locked. I then decided it would be perfectly fine walking to my mom's house in just a giant t-shirt. My dad's house is creepy. It was around 2015. Me and my partner were expecting our first child, so we needed to move fast and get settled somewhere so we could be best for our new baby girl's arrival. We were very lucky and found a lovely, so we thought, old but lovely villa near my family, in our hometown. It was unfortunately a private rented villa, so we were paying large amounts of rent, but we managed to say the least. It all started within the first couple of weeks moving into this villa. We could hear the odd footstep in the attic and bangs in the kitchen. I'll try to explain the villa's layout. So you would walk through the front door and end up in the living area. You could walk through the living area and walk into the kitchen where the staircase was leading upstairs. The toilet and bathroom were also downstairs through the kitchen. It was like an added room with the bathtub in the toilet thrown in. Very odd layout, to be honest. Anyway, as I stated, it was only a few weeks since my partner was ready to pop any time within the next few months. We sat in the living room. It wasn't the warmest room in the house, so we ended up sitting on the settee with our bedding over us. We heard a loud bang in the kitchen, so I ran in to investigate, but there was nothing I could see out of place or had fallen, so I shrugged it off and proceeded to watch TV. My partner then noticed something in the corner of her eye. She says there was a shadow walking in the kitchen, so my immediate reaction was a thief in the garden causing a reflection through the outside window. So I threw on my shoes and looked in the tiny garden we had. Again, nothing was there, and it was a silent, cold night. Anyway, weeks go by and still no sign of little baby Bump wanting to make an arrival, so we just kept staying at home, watching movies, preparing for the baby, etc. By I'd say the second month, we had moved the flat screen TV into the bedroom. It was just way too cold to be sat in that living room at night, even with the fire on and heating on. It just wouldn't get warm. This is where it gets bad. I was always tired, even with great sleep and early nights. Always seemed low in myself, and yes, I was preparing for a big change, bringing a baby into the world, and being my first, but this was more excitement than fear. I woke up one morning and just couldn't stop thinking about this random old woman who came to visit me in my dream. I mean, I've dreamed about many people, but never to the point where I was so detailed about this lady. I just assumed it was a very strange dream, and I must have got too deep into overthinking it. But it doesn't stop there. I was dreaming about this same lady every single night. She was following me and even speaking to me, saying she's trapped in my dream, but never told me how or why. I was always aware that I was dreaming, because I would pinch myself and try waking myself up in the dream. The lady always seemed to be there, just staring at me from behind a window, or the corner, or a room, or whatever I was doing in the dream. The dreams started getting more real, and seemed to be longer, and again, I always knew I was dreaming. Hence the tiredness when I woke up in the morning. My partner started noticing me moving and talking a lot throughout the night. I have no recollection of this, purely her words. She said I would be shouting and moving aggressively to the point where she had to sleep on the floor some nights. This one night, I was woken up by my partner. She was shaking in fear. I said, "What's up?" She said, "What the hell are you doing?" Me not realizing at the time, I was actually stood inside the built-in wardrobe. I panicked and asked her how I got in there. She told me she had no idea, but I was going mad in there like someone was trying to get me. So I jumped back in bed and we swiftly fell back to sleep. We spoke and laughed about the wardrobe incident for a few days, not thinking anything other than me sleepwalking. New environment, baby on the way, etc. Again, in the early hours of the morning, my partner woke me up, panicked, yelling her water's broken. Finally, it was the baby's due date. But hell no, how wrong were we? She had a perfect puddle of water around her legs and backside, but none of our clothes were wet and damp at all, with no sign of contractions or babies. That freaked us out big time. Why was there a perfect puddle of water on the bed? It had no smell and no colour. So it wasn't an accident on any of our halves. We just couldn't explain it. So we changed the sheets, flipped the mattress, etc., until we could clean it the next morning. Well, that exact same night, I was again woken by my partner's screaming voice. I opened my eyes and I was sat over my partner, just staring at her with no idea why or how I was doing it. At this point, she kicked me into the spare room of the villa. I laid down some spare blankets and slept on the floor. A few days passed without any incidents and still no baby. Around 1 week late from the due date by this point, I was sitting in the bathroom located downstairs. My partner was getting ready for the day ahead, planning a walk to try to force the baby to come. I hear 3 very loud bangs on the front door. By the way, if you look through the front window, you can see all around the house and the neighbours, etc. So I shout, "Kelly, see who's at the door while I'm in the bathroom?" She replied, "I've just looked, it must be the back door." So she came downstairs and opened the back door to nothing or no one there. A few moments later, she was back upstairs and bang, bang, bang again. But it was louder than the first time. So my instinct was someone's playing a prank. I then jumped off the toilet, wrapped myself in a towel and ran to both doors and even ran into the street. Not a single sign of anyone or anything about. I came back in and did it again. I was fuming by this point, absolutely adamant someone was winding us up and hiding. But nothing. I even watched and looked for ages and nothing. Anyway, it's 14th of January and my baby girl has arrived. It's our first day at home with baby Ella. Nothing more in this world will fill your heart with love than your first baby. So I was just constantly over the top of her Moses basket, besotted into her eyes. Days pass with no problems at all, and baby is well and settled. By this time, both me and my partner were just exhausted. Night feeds and watch duties just got us both good. So my partner's mum offered to take baby Ella for a night so we could catch up on sleep and rest. We dropped off Ella at her nan's and walked back to the villa. It was around 6 p.m. and was a darkish night. I walked through the door, through the living room, and just as I got to the bottom of the stairs, a bag lump of wood crashed and just missed me. It smashed the kitchen floor that hard, it broke the wood. My partner screamed and shouted, "What the fuck was that? And where has it come from?" I was in utter shock. It just missed me. I picked it up and we tried debunking it, but that wood did not even match any of the decor or type of wood in that villa. It was very old wood and very old school paint on it. You could tell it was from an older era. So I rang my dad if he would come up, as we were scared at this point, and he did. He slept that night with us, and he insisted he would sleep downstairs even though it was cold. The next morning, my dad's first words were, "This villa is 100% haunted, and I'm going to bring my friend over, who's a medium and can do blessing, etc." Long story short, the lady, my dad's friend, came to the villa but refused to come in. I said, "Come in, you're more than welcome," and proceeded to tell her the happenings. She refused to come into the villa and said I'm not allowed to come in. I laughed, creeped out, and said, "How come?" She looked at me and her body language and speech changed. She said, "You need to get out of this place and protect your baby." The gentleman and his wife who owned this place wasn't happy you're here and wants you out. And he's warning me things will get much worse if you don't leave. She gave my dad a hug and left sharpish. We joked about it and cursed a few times, saying we ain't leaving until we find a different home to live. Anyway, the dream started again. The lady was back. But she started chasing me around and shouting at me to leave her house. And in the dreams, I was always in a big glass house. And she was always stood behind the glass screaming, "Get out of my house." Now I decided to take things into my own hands. I started learning and researching how to remove negative energies, etc. But I just didn't find the time nor have the energy to continue. But I started taking odd pictures at night, with and without the flash. Never saw anything out of the ordinary, until I decided to shoot a few pictures in the attic. To my disbelief, the first picture I took seemed to be a shape of a dog in the loft, and beside it, an old man, or seemed to be a man anyway. It was the shape of a big chap and a big dog. I showed it to the lady my dad fetched to bless the house, and she said it was the chap who owned the villa over 100 years ago, and he was very protective of the villa. In the end, we decided to leave the house and sofa surf at my parents' and my partner's for a few weeks, until we found somewhere else because the house was just too old and creepy. The wardrobe I climbed into that night to sleep ended up green within a few weeks with mould. It ruined all my clothes, and it was one thing after another. We were always drained and anxious in that villa, so we left and never returned. We'll speak about this place now when we have friends over, and we always wonder if anyone who's moved in since has experienced anything like us. Since we moved, our energies have been better, and I haven't had a bad dream or slept-walked since. It was all 100% linked to that place. We have 2 children now, so this story is a few years old, but something I'll speak about frequently. When I was younger, about 9 to 14, my friends and I had a lot of sleepovers. It was actually great. Most of the time, we were a tight trio. Usually, we stayed at my friend James's house because he had a gaming PC, and we would bring our laptops over. Also, he had a projector in the basement. His dad owned and ran a small cybersecurity business or something like that, but there was a room in the unfinished basement full of computers, server racks and whatnot, with little lights all over that were always on. There weren't a ton of lights like you'd see in a real data center, but there would usually be at most half a foot of gap between them. I would often sleep on a couch down there facing this room, and I never noticed this happen before or after that night. The house seemed older than the recently built section of the neighborhood with 2-story houses. This was a more aged 1-story house that existed when the area was just a small town. James had mentioned more creepy encounters that seemed made up to me, like voices calling from rooms with nobody inside during the day, but it never creeped me out, and I didn't witness anything but this story. He did tell me that people involved with the mob used to live there in the past, and someone might have died there or while living there. So let's cut to the chase. I was lying there with the lights off, pitch black everywhere. My friends fell asleep after we gamed past midnight, but I was an insomniac and still am. I was just looking into the server room, and I noticed that something was definitely covering some of the array of little LED lights. It was shaped like a man wearing some kind of fedora. People here have mentioned a hatted shadow man, but this thankfully fits the mob story, so I don't know. He just stood there, and I kept staring at it for half an hour, thinking, there's not a man-sized hole in that shelf full of technology. Eventually, I woke up my friends, and we quickly turned the lights on to check it out. I didn't ask them to try looking at him, because I was really just done with seeing that. When I looked in the now lit-up server room, I quickly noticed that all of the LEDs were on, even the ones where the man was seemingly standing in front of. There was definitely not enough gap for me to just be making shapes between them. There were more than a few new lights I spotted now, right where the figure was standing. James quickly tried to reassure me that it was nothing, even though he would almost brag about creepy encounters before. He probably noticed that I was actually bothered this time. Then we just went to bed after turning the lights out again, and I reluctantly laid down to sleep again. I don't remember if I saw the hatted guy again that night, but I was really just trying not to focus on it and get some rest. But I can still remember how that silhouette looked, standing perfectly still with a fedora and a trench coat, with his hands in his pockets, just staring at me. If he had glowing eyes or a different pose, I wouldn't have noticed this figure at all in the first place. When I was 13, my mum and I moved from our suburban city outside of Dallas to her hometown near Waco, Texas. Very soon after we got there, she and I both got involved in the local community theatre. She acted and directed, and I did crew work until I eventually took up acting myself. The main theatre was actually a corrugated steel addition to a much older brick building. The older building was once a college, but now served as a general art centre. The building has a reputation of being haunted. Performers and crew members had all experienced something. Lights getting shut off, whispers behind them, shadow people, etc. My first experience was when I was 13. My mom was practicing on stage, as we did most weeknights, and I was in the green room. The green room served as a sort of lounge for people who weren't on stage or needed immediately backstage. I was there doing homework. Suddenly, I could hear children laughing. This wouldn't be too surprising. The couch I was seated on was directly against the exterior-facing wall. This was a tin building after all, so it wouldn't be odd to hear children laughing as they played in the empty parking lot of the theatre. The laughing persisted, however, and got louder. I decided I would investigate, so I got up and opened the exit door. Immediately, the laughter stopped. There were no children outside or anywhere in sight. I was the only child on set that day as well. I shook off the odd feeling and turned to go back to my homework. As I turned, I saw, in the doorway to the backstage corridor, the silhouette of a girl. She was maybe 5 or 6, estimated by her height, and wearing what looked like a prairie dress. She then turned and ran to the backstage corridor, laughing the whole way. I waited a moment to make sure I was still alone, grabbed my homework and ran backstage and just hung out there the rest of the night. I must reiterate, I was the only child on set that day. The play took place in modern times and didn't call for any cast to be wearing prairie dresses. My mum and I were, and still are, pretty open when it comes to stuff like that. So I told her, in the company of another friend and actor. My mum's friend perked up immediately and said that she had seen the girl multiple times and that it was rumoured to be the daughter of one of the college presidents, who fell off the roof of the building and died. She said that the girl was a prankster, that she would turn off the lights in the room you were in or move your things to another part of the room when you weren't looking. However, she only did these things when you were alone. She said that she was once on top of some scaffolding, painting a set facade when the lights suddenly turned off, and she could hear the girl giggle immediately after the room fell silent. She had to, in the darkness, navigate the scaffolding, carefully climb down the ladder and go all the way across the theatre to turn the lights back on. My 11-and-a-half-year-old daughter told me a few weeks ago that she saw yellow eyes watching her in our kitchen window. She's a mature, smart girl, so she tried to debunk it as well as consulted with her twin and older sister. They were all up late on a weekend, and so it was after midnight. It was dark out, and the window looks at our backyard, which is small, fenced, and not easy to get into at night without alarming our dog. This window is high up, and so it's not an animal like a dog or anything. It'd be a massive animal to be seen this way. My daughter saw it again and took a picture. It's got red coloured on it, covering up junk I have up on my windowsill. She did that after taking a picture to cover it up when she sent it to friends. I haven't tried to debunk or figure it out just yet, but plan to. The thing that's bothering me more is the next part of the story. This is where I'd like you guys to tell me what you feel. She said she saw it in her room too, at the foot of her bunk bed. She drew a picture of what she saw. The moment she showed me it, my heart dropped to my gut, and I didn't feel good about it. The twist to this story is that a few years ago, December 2018 actually, we inherited some items from an older woman who passed away suddenly. She was into some things I'm not 100% sure of, but she had tarot cards, this board, jewels and crystals, and lots of other objects I'd associate with Wicca. I have no clue how she used this board, and I don't know why it ended up coming home with us, even though I told my husband no. It's still here. I've always had a strange feeling at that window, so I don't know if it's related, as it's been 15 plus years I've lived here. But as far as the board, Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary until this. What the hell is that? My daughter is not the type to make this stuff up. She's not into ghosts, horror, or paranormal, so it's not an interest. In fact, she doesn't like it at all. She immediately looked like she was going to cry when I told her not to be afraid. I told her she's protected, and that she can call on those protectors whenever she needs to. Told her to imagine white light shining down on her from above until she's covered in the light. I just don't want something to grow and feed off us if this is what it feels like it is. Please let me know your thoughts. I really felt you would all be able to tell me I'm just letting my mind get wild and being a mama bear at the same time. Or do you feel negative from it as well? It literally made me feel sick. When I was a kid, I used to lay awake in my bed with my eyes closed and try to pick the things in my mind. Most of the time, my favourite things to imagine were very large spaces. For example, I would try to imagine what it would look like if you could dig a hole in the ground so big that you hollowed out the earth. It's not as easy as it sounds, and I would have to really concentrate in order to do it. I would start by imagining a hole in the ground about the size of a basketball, and slowly try to imagine it growing bigger and bigger until it starts to feel enormous. I wasn't always able to do it, but sometimes I could, and the feeling when I was able to do it was very surreal and fleeting. I was never able to imagine anything of that size for very long, before it would shrink back to the size of a city block or so. About a week ago, I suddenly remembered doing this and decided to give it a try before bed. I didn't get very far before I started to see very disturbing things indeed. Evil eyes and faces started to appear. It could only really make out outlines of the faces and eyes, but they were very present and intimidating. They looked a lot like the Pennywise clown from the new It movies. I would first notice them from what felt like some distance away, but they would flit around, getting closer and closer, until it felt like there were a pair of eyes as close as they could possibly be, right in front of my face. At first, I wasn't able to keep my eyes closed because it was very unsettling and persistent. No matter what I did or thought, they wouldn't go away. The longer I held my eyes closed, the closer and more threatening these entities felt. When I opened my eyes, I could still see a set of eyes in my vision, the same way you might see a dot after staring at a bright light for too long. But with my eyes open, the eyes were much more subdued and were easier to deal with. I didn't feel as threatened with my eyes open. I don't really believe in the supernatural or paranormal at all, so this was pretty confusing to me. I didn't have any doubt that I was perfectly safe in my bed, but it was hard to feel comfortable with these things getting up in my face. I tried several times to close my eyes and just ignore this, but every time I did, they would get more and more aggressive. I started to see mouths full of sharp teeth coming at me, and in the bottom right corner of my vision, it felt like a vicious leech or piranha hybrid was frantically eating at my eye. There wasn't any pain, but it did feel as if my right eye was being forced open, and there were other physical sensations too. I started to hear a high-pitched frequency in my head, and my skin started to feel flushed. The hair on my arms stood up, and I began to shiver. After about an hour of dealing with this, I decided that this wasn't going to go away on its own, so I turned on the TV and tried to focus on something else. Eventually, at around 4 or 4:30, I became so tired that I was able to fall asleep very quickly without further incidents. In the days since, it's been a nightly struggle to fall asleep without these visions bothering me. A couple of days ago, I found that if I focused on picturing the events from a TV show that I had watched earlier in the evening, I wouldn't have any issues. I would just kind of narrate the events of the TV show and try to picture the show at the same time. At least 2 nights in a row, that's how I was good to get to sleep. Tonight though, it's about 5 AM as I'm writing this. I haven't had the same luck. I'm writing this on my phone, and up in the left and right corners of my screen, I can see 2 eyes staring back at me, waiting until I stop stalling. I don't know if this is hypnagogic phenomenon. It seems likely because it only ever occurs when I'm in bed trying to sleep. But as I said, I can see the eyes right now, and it's taken me at least 20 minutes to write this whole thing, so I know I'm not on the edge of falling asleep at the moment. Not sure what to do about this, and I don't really expect there's a practical solution to it, besides forgetting about it. But I thought you guys might like to hear about it. First time I've ever seen something, I was around 8. I was outside in the street playing with my friends and wanted to go home to get some toys. There was a power blackout in the whole building, so I had to take the stairs. Between every 2 levels, we have half levels, which have either a garbage tube or a dryer room. While the whole levels with the garbage tube have windows, those with the dryer room are completely dark if the door is closed, which it was. I was on the 2nd floor, and as I placed my foot on the first stair to the half level, I saw a white orb flying slowly towards me. It was complete darkness there, and as it flew by me and around the corner, it disappeared. I followed it, but it was gone. On the 2nd floor, there was an abandoned apartment. It had the number 11. I asked my parents many times who lived there, but they said the owner was an old lady who died. The apartment was just odd. Whole level would give you chills, but being around it was really strange. Being a curious child, I started to investigate the apartment. I'd sometimes knock at the door, but then hide, but no one would ever answer. One evening, I was right outside the building entrance with 2 friends, and one's grandma, and I heard the interphone sound like a button was pressed. As I turned around, I see 1-1 appear on the interphone, and then it starts ringing. I got scared and pressed the X button right away. Everyone saw what happened, even Grandma. After that, we all stand in front of the interphone, and around 10 minutes later, it happens again. The button 1 was pressed twice and it started ringing. I didn't stop it this time, but no one answered. Next to apartment 11 lived a nice old lady. Her interphone number was 12. She would often complain to my parents that children would knock at her door, ring her interphone and stick gum on her door, but we never did anything to her. I always thought she was hearing the knocking from next door and thought it's her door. She told me she had no connection to apartment 11 and didn't know who owned it. Even months after we stopped messing with apartment 11, she kept complaining she heard knocking and didn't believe us. And then one night a few years ago, as I was coming home, I got the scare of my life. We have lights with movement sensors on every floor. On my floor it's kind of broken. Most of the time it wouldn't sense me moving, and I did not bother to make the light turn on. I could open my door in total darkness just fine. So it was like 12 a.m. and I was trying to fit the key in the hole in total darkness when I got a strange feeling. Suddenly, the sensor light turns on, which barely does when I flip my hands in front of it, and on the other side of the hallway, I see a black figure with no face. It somehow reminded me of The Grudge, but it didn't see humans at all. Luckily, the key was already in the hole because it was approaching me. I ran inside, shut the door, locked it, and didn't sleep that night. I never dared to look through the door. Never saw it again, but I always rush inside really fast now, and I always turn on the light as soon as I exit the elevator. I think I first heard of him in 2017. I'd go on the balcony late at night to smoke weed and noticed almost every night a baby would cry really loud. Didn't think much of it or care. It was just annoying and seemed like it was coming from outside. Fast forward to the summer of year 2019, when I was paying attention to the sounds of my neighbourhood at night. I noticed how weird it is that there's always one neighbour that has a baby who cries so loud. The cry sounds like that one of a newborn would make, so I thought they must be different children. Fast forward to one summer night in 2020. I couldn't sleep, and around 2 a.m, I heard a woman screaming outside. I ran to the balcony to check, and heard male voices laughing and again a scream. I couldn't see them, but I was getting ready to yell at them. I heard the woman running and then silence. They didn't follow. So I stood there for like 30 minutes panicking to see if I heard any other noise and wondering if I should call the police. I was getting ready to go back to sleep when I heard a baby crying really loud. The cry sounded like it was coming from outside of the building in front of mine, but I couldn't see anywhere. Then I heard the cry moving really fast, as if it was running around my neighborhood. I was really confused at that point. I thought maybe it was a cat, but I never heard a cat in my life mimic the cry of a child so well. It kept crying as it went further and further away from my building, and then it went silent. That's when I started paying attention to it. Next time I heard a friend was over, and he noticed it as well. It was around 12 a.m. at the time, and he thought it was weird for a baby to be outside at that hour, so we went to the balcony to check. To my surprise, the sound was moving again, but it was moving on top of the buildings. It sounded like it was flying. I've heard it a few times after that, including yesterday night. What makes the cry really strange is that the fact that it's always the same tone and sounds like a newborn. I'm currently in high school, so sleep for kids my age is no joke. So I went to bed around 9:30 or 10, just so I'd get the daily amount of sleep that I should. I have no history of any sleeping disorders, sleep paralysis, or hallucinations. This happened to me last Friday, and I still don't know what to think of it. So, when I went to bed the night before this happened, I had this dream where I woke up in this black space, where the only thing present was this wooden chair. I sat in the chair, and I became stuck in my seat. Scared, I darted my eyes across the room, until they became fixated on this pink, lanky figure staring directly at me. It had no eyes, nose, and its mouth retracted itself whenever it wasn't breathing. This creature walked towards me and loomed over me by about 7 feet of my current height, 5'9". Then it started screaming at me with this naturally high-pitched voice, and started screaming some language I didn't know existed. The closest thing would probably be Japanese. Finally, it grinned and bit my neck off. Before my neck was gone, I woke up. It was 5:30 in the morning, so just 30 minutes before my mom usually woke me up for school, since I don't own an alarm clock or phone. So I decided to let her sleep in by turning her alarm off, and started getting for my 7:30 Google Meet. Throughout getting ready for classes, I felt extremely dizzy whenever I tried to walk. I shrugged it off due to waking up and my lack of vitamin D, and just started doing my classes. The first couple of classes I had were pretty normal, although each time I went to go to the bathroom or get a quick snack, I had that dizziness I had earlier in the morning. One particular moment was when I started eating the ramen I made at lunch. I was alone in my kitchen sitting at my bar eating some ramen. Once I finished, I put my dishes away and started walking towards the bathroom. Now, this wouldn't have been a problem if it weren't for the fact I ran into a wall, causing my vision to be more blurred than before. That's when I felt those long, frisky fingers skip across my back, scratch, scratch, scratch. I got startled and made my way to the bathroom before I could see what was touching me. As I was in the bathroom, I thought that it had to be something that dream I had, or just something paranormal. Just due to none of my family in the house having fingers like that bothered me. Not to mention me being alone in my kitchen didn't help my suspicions at all. After that, I went back into my room and started doing my last few Google Meets to get through this otherwise boring day of school. Nothing really happened when I was there. My dizziness even started to slow down. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing behind my tall, skinny lamp. Now, I couldn't really see much since it was just a glance, but I could tell it was the creature due to a similar height it had to the creature in my dream. Still, its presence in the room was too much to ignore, and I was too scared to check. So I stayed in my chair, hoping it would just go away. It didn't go away and started breathing on my neck again. Then it started speaking that Japanese type language. That's when I had enough and got up, and when I turned around, nothing was there. I didn't really see it or feel it after that. For me, it was just there in corners of the room and never approached my other family members. It was only when I started getting ready for bed that I could 100% say it was gone. I brought it up to my parents, asking if either she or dad had an experience like this when they were younger. They said they didn't, and chopped it up to my imagination playing tricks on me. I can't stand it. The thing felt so real, and I knew it was there. I just don't know what to think of this, but I thank whoever was reading this. So, my dad died almost 7 years ago, when I was 15, and this happened 3 years later. I was close to graduation, and especially my final exam in physics gave me a hard time, because I really couldn't get to grips with relativity and its shenanigans. Anyway, one morning I was really tired, hadn't slept well, or at all I should say, and I was about to fall asleep in the last row in my classroom, when, just as I was beginning to close my eyes, I heard my dad's voice clear as day say, "Hey, wake up and listen." It was so clearly his voice. The tone, the melody. When he was calling my name in a happy manner, he was almost kind of singing. It was him. I was baffled for a moment, but when rebooted after that moment of shock, it was exactly the moment when our teacher dropped a very important hint to what the final exam's theme will be. I would have totally slept through that, hadn't my dad woken me up. What's important about this is that with the teacher's hint, I realised that I was learning the wrong stuff. I would have totally failed the final. A less paranormal, but a beautiful end to the story. That same night I had a dream. Me and my dad sat on our porch, chatting, laughing, and, which I remember very distinctly, we were drinking his favourite beer together. So when I was drinking the last drops, the sun was setting, I looked at the chair next to me, my dad was gone. I just once again heard him say, "Hey, wake up." And that's the exact moment when my alarm clock began ringing. When I was 6 years old, in 1996, we moved from Kansas to an old house in the country on my great-grandpa's property in Oklahoma. We lived there for about 7 years and had many experiences, but there were a few that stand out and give me chills just thinking about it. Like I said, the house was old. It was a shotgun-style house that was built in the 1920s. It had been vacant for years before we moved in and was packed with my great-great-grandparents' belongings. It was me, my dad, my 2 little brothers, and my big sister. My uncle and great-grandpa lived in a house just down the road from us. There were many times we felt someone or something was there with us throughout the years. Weird noises and voices were pretty frequent. Twice when I was alone, I heard a woman whisper my name. She whispered right in my ear and swore I felt her breath on my back. I found out years later that the same had happened to my little brother. We often smelled a woman's perfume and cigar smoke, even though no one smoked cigars. Another experience I had was when I was sitting in the chair in our living room watching TV, with my leg laid over the arm of the chair. Out of nowhere, my leg flew back towards me as if someone had slapped it. I looked around to see who was there, but I was alone. My dog didn't like coming into the house either, which scared us more than anything. We often left the front door wide open during the summer because we didn't have air conditioning. She would growl and bark as if she could see something in the house, and then run out the door as fast as she could. It was weird. When we finally moved out, we returned a few months later to grab a few things, and this is when the craziest thing happened. We were all sitting around the living room telling stories and reminiscing about our time there. My sister was telling us about all the times she saw shadow figures throughout the house, which was news to me as I never witnessed anything quite like that. We asked her where she saw the shadows, and she pointed above our entertainment centre and said that was where she saw them the most. On top of the entertainment centre was a set of speakers that had a stack of papers on top of them. The papers had been untouched for years and covered in dust. I looked up to where she pointed, stuck up my middle finger to flip off the ghost and told her to fuck off. Right when I did this, the stack of papers flew off towards me. It was like someone took their hand and slid all the papers off really hard. This had confirmed everything we were just talking about. We knew it was listening. We knew that it knew us. We all ran out of the house laughing in shock at what had just happened, too scared to even go back to close the door. I still get chills thinking of that day, and I can still see the papers flying. Crazy. My dad now owns the property and lives in the house where my great-grandpa lived. My little brothers live in the house we lived in, which has been updated since. I haven't heard of anything like this happening since, but every now and then, I still feel like someone is watching me while I'm there. My dad said he had the house blessed many years ago. My mom swears that there has been a spirit following my dad since before we were born, and that every house we lived in was haunted. But I can't say that I believe this is true anymore. I hope not. I lived around this pond for over 18 years, and saw it go from being a small farm pond surrounded by a field and deep forest, into a pond sandwiched between 3 huge neighbourhoods and a pool, only shielded by a thin layer of woods surrounding it. As far as I know, the pond was built in the early 1900s and had 2 barbed wire fence lines running through the pond, creating a cross. Why run barbed wire through a pond? There were 2 very old houses to the right of the pond and a neighbourhood about 100 yards through the woods to the left. Growing up, the pond was sort of our local legend and every kid refused to go explore it. Fast forward 10 years and I was an avid fisherman who would spend every day after school trying out new waterways in my area to try and find the hottest fishing spots. None were as convenient or plentiful as this pond, which I ended up at just about every other day. My first strange occurrence here was one summer night when I stayed out past dark to try and get a few more bites. When all of a sudden, the light flooded from behind me as if a big truck had just parked with its brights on. I immediately turned, thinking possibly a car had just parked in its driveway at the houses, about 100 yards behind me through the woods. Nothing was there. And from this angle, there was no way headlights could have travelled like that. I decided that was enough for tonight, and left out the trail leading to the nearby pool parking lot. The second one was months later, but a very eventful evening. As I was walking down the trail from the pool to the pond with my fishing bag on my back, I felt clear as day my backpack got pushed from the side, as if someone was trying to spin them towards me. This happened in the exact same spot as where I was standing when the light had hit me. I stood there for a second and looked in the water to see if maybe I had walked into a fishing line or something. To my surprise, there in the water was a small clay statue of Ganesh and a coconut. Now, seeing Hindu and Indian culture was nothing new to me, as the area I lived in had the highest population density of Indian people in America, and many of my lifelong best friends are Indian. But what shocked me was if something wanted to get my attention and say, check this out. Honestly, this was pretty comforting as I went from being freaked out, from being pushed, to being amazed and intrigued by what I believe it was pointing me towards. Third story, this is more of an explanation about that particular spot that every occurrence seemed to happen at. The spot was just a little clearance in the brush where you could fish from it and was about a 6 feet by 6 feet area where grass didn't seem to grow. And it had an exotic looking tree that was clearly not native hanging above it about 10 feet off the ground. In this spot, there was almost always a small animal hanging out, which would never take its eyes off of you until you got within 3 feet of it. Usually a bunny, but often a squirrel or bird. If there wasn't an animal there, There might be some kind of object. One time a knife, strange pieces of old wood, coloured rocks, and one time a $500 watch. It was as if someone was just coming and purposefully leaving strange things in this spot, or as if things were spawning here like a video game. Oddly enough, I was never freaked out by this spot, and actually would just go there with friends and hang out on nice days. It had sort of a nice aura around it, and looked so interesting that it was hard not to appreciate. This is the last experience I've had at the pond, and by far the creepiest or craziest. One day me, a buddy of mine and a couple girls headed up to the pond to hang out after school. While hanging out, conveniently at the same spot, we see a small child 3 to 5 years old come running from the old houses on the other side of the pond to us. Concerned, we ask the kid what he's doing, where his parents are and all that. The kid seems very disinterested in why we're asking him, and keeps asking us questions like if we're kids or if we're grown-ups. You know, typical kid stuff. When all of a sudden, he turns the other way and starts talking to someone that is 100% not there. The person he's talking to is also seemingly trying to get him to go back to his parents, as the kid seems to be protesting against this, saying he wants to play with us instead. And this is the craziest part. The kid starts barking towards the water and pointing and says, "Look, it's my dog, do you see him?" As he's pointing straight towards the centre of the pond, we ask where his dog is. "He's in the water barking at me. That's where he drowned a year ago." All of us stood speechless for a second, and then took him back to the other side of the pond, where his dad met us and took him home. I know kids have wild imaginations and often imaginary friends, but this didn't seem believable. It genuinely seemed like he was talking to a fifth person who was not there, and was responding to whatever they were saying. I almost feel as if this one specific spot at the pond was some kind of video game spawn point, where when walked by a random event, is triggered. I have half a dozen other crazy stories of things I've seen at this spot, but these are probably the best ones for a post like this. A month ago, I had a Teams meeting with 2 classmates who were on the same computer in the same room. 3 computers in the call. Me, computer A, computer B with both of them on the video and audio, computer C next to them sharing screen of our work with microphone and sound completely turned off. I was hearing a sound that at first sounded like the TV in the background, so I didn't pay attention to it, but after a couple minutes the sound started to get weirder, like deep men voice talking gibberish. The sound was a bit glitchy, and I couldn't understand words. So I asked them where that was coming from and if they could turn it down a bit. They told me there was no TV, and they in fact did not have a TV at their place, and that they were completely alone. They told me they could close the windows, but the sound coming from the windows would be cars, and they didn't hear anything resembling what I described. They did, and I still heard the voice. So I sent them a video of what I was hearing, and they told me they had no idea where the sound was coming from, as they can't hear it in real life. The voice continued to appear repeatedly during the call. It was pretty loud, almost as loud as their voices, but really unclear when the voices were really clear. We had a test with one of my friends stepping 2 meters away from the computer and talking normally, and I wouldn't hear her, so it cannot be a far away noise that they did not hear. To clarify, the apartment was totally silent except for her and me talking. No one else was there. They didn't hear the voice coming from their microphone at any time. It was just me hearing it from my computer, coming from their microphone. I used to live in a house on Camp Pendleton that was haunted by a kind man. Or at least that's what I think. I have many stories about the man I call Robert, but one thing that will always stay with me is when he would wake me up from nightmares. The summer my husband was deployed, my nightmares became an every night thing. One night, I was having a nightmare, and the reason I woke up was because my bed had been shaken, as if someone had kicked the side and the fire alarm went off one time. I remember waking up freaked out and trying to figure out why the alarm went off, and why it just beeped once and not again. The next day, I called the maintenance over to check the alarms and was told everything was fine. This became an almost nightly occurrence. I would have a nightmare and be woken by one beep of the fire alarm. I feel like he was trying to watch over me, and it brought me an odd sense of comfort. We moved in 2020, and after telling my new neighbour one night what happened, my husband opened up and told me the same happened to him. He said he was scared to tell me, but on the nights I was not there, he had nightmares and the alarm went off once. I had never told anyone until this night, so we were shocked to know this happened to both of us. Am I crazy for thinking he was helping me? In a way, I miss the weird little things that were always happening around the house. My boyfriend and I go to bed at a certain time every night. We have a routine. Lock everything up, lights off, kick all 4 cats. They all have bells on their collars, and the collars are kind of loose, so every time they jump we hear it, out of the room. And make sure our 2 dogs, one sleeps in the kennel and one on the bed, are in the room. So basically nothing changes, so I'm 100% sure there was no cat in the room at the time. Well, everyone was in their spots. I get into bed, put the blanket over myself, and maybe 10 minutes pass by, when it feels like a cat jumped onto the bed and is by my feet. So I sigh and start running through the names so they can come towards me. But the feeling disappears and my boyfriend asks me what I was talking about. I'm like, there's a cat in here. I swear I just felt it. I sit up, turn the lights on, and look in any spot that I know can have a cat in it, and nothing. Let's just say it freaked me out enough to go past our bedtime and watch TV. The dog that sleeps on the bed was by my stomach when this happened, and the other dog was in his kennel with the door closed. My boyfriend didn't feel anything, even though it felt like it jumped up from his side of the bed. And in the morning, there was no cat to let out of the room if there was one stuck in there.